Chapter 4019. After sending a message to Ding Yi, Yang Kai raised his hand and laughed maniacally. "Here's a gift for all of you." Saying so, Yang Kai put away the good wish bag. An unpredictable light soared into the sky as the divine essence-fused light reappeared. The distorted light tore a hole in the sky, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. A cry of alarm suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Ah, my sword!" With a shrill sound, a sword flew straight towards the divine essence-fused light while a shocked cultivator in the rear stared blankly, unable to understand how his artifact sword had suddenly flown out of his hand. What happened? Who is it? A series of chaotic cries rang out from the crowd as the faces of all the cultivator who had summoned their metal-related artifacts paled. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared from somewhere in the void and the artifacts in their hands were all sucked away. The rest of the crowd also stared dumbfounded at the sky, watching as one artifact after another flew towards the divine essence-fused light at an incredible speed. After a brief moment of hesitation, the cultivator who had lost their artifacts hurriedly formed hand seals and sent out their divine senses in an attempt to recall their artifacts. How could they possibly recall them? The suction force of the divine essence-fused light was simply too powerful, and since they had already been sucked away, it was no different from throwing a meat bun at a dog. The cultivator who had first seen his sword fly into the divine essence-fused light did not have time to grieve as his face suddenly paled and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. The sword was connected to his divine sense, so after being washed away by the divine essence-fused light, it had lost a great deal of its spirituality and even his divine sense had been damaged. It would take him at least a year or so to recover. *PU. Countless people coughed up blood as those who had tempered their artifacts with their divine sense were all injured at this moment. Only those cultivator who had not tempered their divine essence-fused light were unharmed, only losing their artifacts, but even so, their expressions were pained. "It's the divine essence-fused light," someone exclaimed. "The divine essence-fused light has the power to absorb artifacts. Everyone, be careful." Not everyone's artifacts had been taken away. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening realm masters were still desperately trying to resist the fluctuations of their artifacts, but when they heard this, their expressions became solemn and they hurriedly put away their artifacts to avoid the misfortune of having their artifacts taken away. In a short time, all the artifacts that had been taken away dimmed and turned into piles of scrap metal, their spirituality completely gone. The divine essence-fused light can actually absorb secret treasures. "Isn't Sword Pavilion in danger?" someone murmured. Hearing his words, everyone seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned their attention from the divine essence-fused light to the battlefield. At first glance, he was dumbfounded. The sword formation that had been rampaging through Di Tian's group had been destroyed at some unknown point in time, and rays of sword light were flying towards the divine essence-fused light from Sword Pavilion's direction. No matter how the Sword Pavilion masters activated their divine essence-fused light, they were unable to take it back. Every member of Sword Pavilion cultivated the sword, and they even used secret techniques to temper their artifacts and swords. It could be said that the swords were closely linked to the lives of Sword Pavilion's disciples, and the majority of the abilities of Sword Pavilion's members rested on their swords. At this moment, with their swords taken away, the members of Sword Pavilion were like tigers that had their fangs pulled out. Moreover, they had even lost their swords that were linked to their lives, so there was naturally no way for them to use the sword formation. What's going on? Luo Qingyun was horrified. The sword in his hand had not been taken away. After all, he was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his foundation was not something that the Emperor realm could compare to. The moment he sensed that something was wrong, he had already tightened his grip on his sword, but at this moment, the sword in his hand was shaking uncontrollably, wanting to fly in a certain direction. He was completely focused on tangling with his sword, so how could he have the mind to kill his enemies? "It's that divine essence-fused light," Lu Shui shouted, and her beautiful face was gloomy. "What a vicious brat." Zhong Fan lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai, who was grinning wildly. Previously, Yang Kai had crazily shouted that he would give them a big gift, but no one had expected that gift to be a killing trap for Sword Pavilion. Just this move alone was enough to bury dozens of Sword Pavilion's elites here. In a flash, there was no time to think. Zhong Fan roared, "Follow me." He was the first to put away his artifact, and a dense sword intent erupted from his body as he charged towards the weakest part of the group. However, they had relied on the might of the sword formation to kill their way in and out of the thousands of people in Di Tian's group. Now that the sword formation had been destroyed, how could it be so easy for them to leave? *PU. A series of muffled sounds could be heard as the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. They looked extremely dispirited. When it rains, it pours. Unlike some people in the Emperor realm, it didn't matter if their artifacts were destroyed. They would only lose one artifact. The Sword Pavilion's disciples had refined their swords with a secret technique, and they were closely linked to their lives. Once their swords were destroyed, it would be a devastating blow to them. As the swords were sucked into the divine essence-fused light, their radiance dimmed, and the dozens of Sword Pavilion's disciples were greatly shaken. They were severely injured. Ding Yi was dumbfounded. Previously, when the Sword Pavilion's disciples had set up the sword formation, it was so majestic that thousands of people in Di Tian's group couldn't even fight back. The anger and grievance in Ding Yi's heart were indescribable. He had already thought of retreating, wondering if it was worth it to provoke these lunatics from Sword Pavilion. However, after Yang Kai transmitted a message to him, the situation suddenly changed. After sword lights flew out from the Sword Pavilion's disciples' hands, the invincible sword formation was destroyed by itself. Following that, the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and it was obvious that they were severely injured. There was no need to hesitate. Ding Yi pointed forward and grinned. "Kill him while he's down. Kill him." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and the boundless sharpness was terrifying. It was obvious that he had activated the metal elemental energy in his Dao seal to increase his offensive power. Strictly speaking, although Ding Yi's cultivation wasn't very high, his strength was still considered decent in the Emperor realm. Just from the metal elemental energy alone, it could be seen that ordinary people in the Emperor realm weren't his match. Furthermore, he should have condensed the heaven-splitting force that was above the 4th grade, or even the 5th grade. He probably had his own fortuitous encounters after spending a few months in the Great Void realm. With a single punch, the weather changed. Since their leader had already set an example, how could Di Tian and the others be careless? With a loud crash, secret techniques blasted toward the Sword Pavilion's disciples from all directions. Having lost their swords, the Sword Pavilion's disciples were already greatly weakened. Now that their minds were severely injured, how could they resist such a dense attack? If the sword formation was still there, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the sword formation had long been broken along with their swords. Despair filled their eyes, but they couldn't dodge. They could only desperately activate their own strength to form a defense. At the same time, they took out their defensive artifacts. In an instant, layers of earthy yellow light lit up on the Sword Pavilion's disciples. Obviously, they had all activated the earth elemental energy. Some of them even performed the divine technique of the earth elemental energy. In particular, Zhong Fan, who was the leader, held a huge shield in his hand. The huge shield was purely condensed from the earth elemental energy and looked extremely solid. However, in the face of the endless attacks, all of this was meaningless. Under the flashes of light, the defensive artifacts of the Sword Pavilion's disciples shattered one after another. Then, the earth elemental energy protecting them was also broken. Even Zhong Fan's huge shield wasn't spared. As the attacks struck their bodies, the Sword Pavilion's disciples let out continuous shrill cries. Their lives exploded into a bloody mist in midair, and not even their corpses remained. In an instant, more than half of the Sword Pavilion's disciples were dead or injured. Even Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui were injured and dripping with blood. Di Tian and the others were extremely excited. Earlier, they'd been crushed by the Sword Pavilion's sword formation, and they'd been suppressing their anger for a long time. Now that they saw hope for revenge, they naturally didn't hold back. After the first round of attacks, the second round of attacks arrived. The Sword Pavilion's disciples are finished. Hu Yi watched helplessly as this thought flashed through his mind, and his face was extremely pale. Since he'd advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he'd never taken the Emperor realm seriously. The Emperor realm was his territory. But until today, when he saw the Sword Pavilion's disciples fleeing for their lives and saw Zhong Fan, a fifth-stage heaven-opening expert, like a stray dog, he finally understood that the saying "enough ants can kill an elephant" wasn't empty talk. After all, this was the great cosmological realm, and the main culprit was the indifferent young man who was watching with his hands behind his back. Although Di Tian was the killer, in the end, the death of the Sword Pavilion's disciples was still blamed on the young man. If he hadn't released the divine origin magnet light, how could the Sword Pavilion's disciples have been defeated so easily? Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, Hu Yi felt a chill run down his spine. This kid had killed heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Now that he had obtained the divine origin magnet light, who in the great cosmological realm would be his match in the future? Miserable screams rang out again. Di Tian's second round of attacks had wiped out the remaining Sword Pavilion disciples, leaving no one alive. Only the 3 heaven-opening realm leaders were still breaking out of the encirclement. From this, it could be seen that the foundation of the heaven-opening realm was different from that of the Emperor realm. Under the divine origin magnet light, they could timely control their swords and prevent them from being taken away. They also had the ability to protect themselves in the storm of attacks. Want to leave? Ding Yi's aura locked onto the fleeing Zhong Fan, and he shouted angrily, "Leave your life behind." As he spoke, he threw another punch at Zhong Fan. The fist energy swept through the heavens and earth, and with the support of the metal element, its might was terrifying. Zhong Fan hurriedly turned around, gritted his teeth, and pointed a finger. On the tip of his finger, a stream of sword chi met the saber light. With a boom, the energy rampaged, and the fist energy shattered. Zhong Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated explosively. He had already been injured by Di Tian's 2 rounds of attacks, and now that he had forcefully used his strength, he was almost no match for Ding Yi. Luo Qingyun hurriedly supported him and exchanged a glance with Lu Shui. The 2 of them turned around, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light that enveloped the 3 of them. They instantly broke through the encirclement of Di Tian's group and fled into the distance, not even looking back. Chapter 40-20. Dozens of people from Sword Pavilion came aggressively under the leadership of 3 heaven-opening realm leaders, but in less than half an hour, they all fled with their faces covered in dirt. There were dozens of them when they came, but only 3 were left when they left. Even Zhong Fan, who was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, was severely injured and almost died on the spot. On the Origin Magnet Mountain, everyone was silent. Only Di Tian and the others were left shouting slogans, shaking the world. Ding Yi even looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, looking insufferably arrogant. His arrogant appearance made many people unhappy, but it was undeniable that after this battle, Di Tian's reputation had indeed spread, and there would definitely be a place for him in the great cosmological realm. Among the thousands of people present, many were already looking at Di Tian with shining eyes, considering whether to join in. After laughing wildly, Ding Yi came back to his senses and wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when he looked down, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Even the dozen people standing beside him had disappeared. "Where is Brother Yang?" Ding Yi asked the people around him. No one knew. Everyone was busy chasing after the people from Sword Pavilion, so who would pay attention to others' movements? However, one of the leaders of the Emperor realm below pointed and said, "They entered the Origin Magnet Divine Light." He had clearly seen that while Zhong Fan and the others were fleeing, Yang Kai had already led the dozen or so people around him into the underground cave, silently and without a sound. Ding Yi turned his head and saw that the Origin Magnet Divine Light was still spewing out of the hole created by the Earth Dragon. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. He had seen the power of the Origin Magnet Divine Light just now. Not only could it absorb secret treasures, but under the scouring of this divine light, those secret treasures would lose their spirituality in a very short time. How could they have a good ending if they jumped in directly? But soon, an unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in his heart. If Yang Kai dared to jump down, Why wouldn't he dare? Moreover, this hole spewed out such dense origin magnet divine light, so there must be high-quality origin magnet divine stones below. This was a rare treasure. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand and called out, "Follow me." He took the lead and rushed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the cave. Only when they got close did they realize how terrifying the divine essence-fused light was. When they sent their divine sense into it to investigate, it was immediately ground to dust, causing them to feel a slight headache. Ding-Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wondered if he should wait and see what would happen. It wouldn't be worth it if he didn't get to eat the mutton and got himself into trouble. A cultivator beside him also came in with a nervous look and said, "Boss, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous to jump in. Why don't we wait a little longer?" If he hadn't said that, Ding-Yi would have really waited. But he had to persuade him. Ding-Yi's neck stiffened. "What are we waiting for? There must be treasures down there. Didn't you see that Brother Yang has already jumped down? He must be looting. I'll go first." You all jump down. A bitter expression appeared on that person's face. After Ding-Yi finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward, plunging headfirst into the hole. In order to avoid any accidents, he deliberately activated his own earth element power to protect himself. It could be said that he was well prepared. However, as soon as he jumped down, he suddenly screamed and shot out of the hole like an arrow released from a bow. Under everyone's gaze, Ding-Yi appeared 1,000 feet away. But when they saw his current state, they were all shocked. At this moment, Ding-Yi's earth elemental energy had been broken. Not only that, his clothes were in tatters, and there were countless tiny wounds all over his body. Blood had practically dyed his entire body red. As he stood in the air, Ding-Yi's eyes were filled with shock, and there was lingering fear on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light couldn't be trespassed at will, after all, those secret treasures had been washed away and turned into scrap metal, they didn't expect the power of the divine essence-fused light to be so terrifying. Ding-Yi couldn't even hold on for a breath. If he had stayed in there for a while longer, wouldn't he have died without a complete corpse? If he was already like this, what about the young man surnamed Yang and the dozen or so people around him? "I'm afraid that boy is doomed." A heaven-opening realm cultivator came up to Hu Yi and whispered. It had been half a cup of tea's time since Yang Kai jumped into the cave with the dozen or so people. There had been no movement for such a long time, so how could they have a good ending? Hu Yi's stiff face finally showed a smile. It's good that he died. Seeing Yang Kai kill Liao Yibai with one move, Hu Yi was really afraid of Yang Kai. If this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, it would be fine, but he was just a sovereign. This kind of existence that transcended the norm was a blow to him, so he was naturally happy to see him die. "Master, are you all right?" A disciple of Di Tian rushed up to Ding-Yi and asked. Ding-Yi raised his hand and said, "I'm fine." Although he said so, there was still a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly just now. Otherwise, something really might have happened. Thinking about how Yang Kai had already been in there for so long, he immediately came to the same conclusion as Hu Yi and the others. That Yang Kai probably didn't have a good ending. Thinking of this, Ding-Yi's expression brightened. He waved his hand and said, "Surround this cave. Kill anyone who dares to trespass. If Yang Kai died, then no one would care about the treasures below." The divine essence-fused light couldn't be endless. There had to be a moment when it stopped. When that time came, he would lead Di Tian and the others down to plunder, then most of the treasures would belong to him. Di Tian and the others received the order and gathered around the cave. In the blink of an eye, the cave was completely surrounded. This action naturally angered everyone, but Di Tian and the others had the might of the slaying sword pavilion, so they were not afraid. Even if the surrounding cultivators glared at them, they were still calm. At the same time, under the divine essence-fused light, a group of more than 10 people was surrounded by Yang Kai's earth elemental power and kept going deeper into the cave. Contrary to what Hu Yi and Ding-Yi thought, not only was Yang Kai not dead, he didn't even show any signs of injury. Not only him, but the Crimson Star disciples were also unharmed. Under the earth elemental power's protection, The divine essence-fused light couldn't penetrate them at all. Yang Kai had now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. However, he still didn't know what grade these three powers were. He couldn't ask anyone about this, so he could only figure it out himself. If the wood elemental power condensed from the immortal tree's essence was classified as a 9th grade power, then the Golden Crow primordial fire and Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl might be an 8th grade power. In other words, he had now condensed at least one 9th grade power and two 8th grade powers. However, this divine essence-fused light was only a 6th grade power, so how could it hurt Yang Kai and the others under the protection of an 8th grade earth elemental power? That being said, Yang Kai's consumption of qi was not small, so he had no choice but to constantly activate the earth elemental power in his Dao seal. Otherwise, even if he was fine, the others would be in danger of dying. Even He was no exception. After all, her strength was only at the 5th grade, so she couldn't resist the scouring of this divine essence-fused light. Divine essence-fused stone, a disciple exclaimed as he descended, apparently having seen the treasures around the cave walls. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai had already reached out and retrieved the divine essence-fused stone. At first glance, it was only a 4th grade divine essence-fused stone, so he didn't take it to heart and casually tossed it into his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know how deep this hole dug by the Earth Dragon was to draw out the divine essence-fused light from underground. As he continued to descend, he would occasionally find some divine essence-fused stones around the cave walls. Yang Kai easily collected more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones along the way, but the highest was only a 4th grade while the rest were basically 2nd grade and 2nd grade divine essence-fused stones, so they weren't very valuable. After descending for about 3,000 meters, the space below suddenly opened up and everyone seemed to have fallen into a sea of divine essence-fused light. However, in just 2 breaths of time, the group rushed out of the sea of divine essence-fused light. In their field of vision, a brilliant and beautiful world suddenly appeared. This was a huge cave, and everywhere in the cave, there were flashing lights, each of which represented a divine essence-fused stone. Looking up again, above the cave, a vast expanse of divine essence-fused light was continuously pouring out of the cave. Obviously, this was the source of the divine essence-fused light. Yang Kai had collected an entire bag of divine essence-fused light using his good wish bag before, so he hadn't expected there to be such a large amount stored underground. This situation made everyone's heart ache. If there was another artifact like the good wish bag, they might be able to collect more. Yang Kai had thought about using his sealed world bead to collect these divine essence-fused stones before, but after trying it out while falling, he had no choice but to give up. After the 6th grade divine essence-fused light entered his sealed world bead, it actually put some pressure on it. It didn't matter if he collected a small amount, but if he collected too much, his sealed world bead would be in danger of collapsing. According to the current storage capacity of this divine essence-fused light sea, it would run out in at most a stick of incense worth of time. At that time, the people above would definitely come down to search for treasures. In other words, Yang Kai and the others only had a stick of incense worth of time left. 6th young master, we've struck gold. Guozian looked around and muttered to himself. There were already more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones in his field of vision. Although he didn't know what grade they were, the quantity alone was enough to make everyone excited. Not to mention, this underground cave covered an unknown area. As long as they continued to collect, they would definitely find more. Let's do it, Yang Kai said lightly. The reason why he brought Kai Xing and the others down was firstly to consider their safety. He had offended many people before, so it was definitely not safe for them to stay here. Secondly, he needed manpower to collect these divine essence-fused stones. Since he had already expected there to be treasures below, how could he not make some plans? As soon as he gave the order, the dozen Kai Xing disciples rushed out excitedly and began to collect the divine essence-fused stones. He also didn't say a word and walked towards the brightest divine essence-fused stone, putting it into her space ring after a short while. Chapter 40:21. While he had the others collect them, Yang Kai himself did not remain idle. Under the perception of his divine sense, the pieces of divine essence magnet stone could not hide from him. Everyone from Kai-Shing was also very self-aware. Every time they found a divine essence magnet stone, they would deliver it to Yang Kai before turning around to look for others. The divine essence magnet stones in the depths of the earth were indeed different from those outside. They were of extremely high quality, with the lowest being 4th grade and the majority being 5th grade. 6th manager, over here. Guo Ziyan suddenly shouted from 1,000 meters away, seemingly having discovered something. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and arrived beside him in a flash. 6th grade, 6th manager, this is definitely 6th grade. Guo Ziyan's face lit up with fanaticism as he pointed to a piece of divine essence magnet stone embedded in the cave wall. The divine essence magnet stone's divine essence magnet stone was almost tangible, almost the same as the divine essence magnet light that had rushed out of the cave. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, felt it for a moment, and nodded. It is indeed 6th grade. Guo Ziyan's breathing was heavy and he almost wanted to cry. When had he ever seen such a high-quality rare treasure in his life? Although the divine essence magnet light from before was also 6th grade, and if one had the ability, they could have used it to condense metal attribute force, but that kind of pure divine essence magnet light was extremely dangerous. The divine essence magnet stone in front of them was different. It contained 6th grade origin magnet force, making it much safer to condense metal attribute force. Although he was excited, he was also a little dejected. Recalling that he had no background to rely on and his aptitude was only SOSO, he had no choice but to condense 2nd grade materials and reach 2nd grade splitting the heavens. In this lifetime, he would only reach 4th grade at most. If he could go back in time, he would never have made such a hasty choice and would have waited for his own opportunity. Many people from the Emperor realm like Kai-Shing had not even condensed their Dao seals, or had just condensed their own Dao seals. There were many opportunities in the great cosmological realm. The rare treasures here were much more abundant than the outside world, and there were also many opportunities. As long as they could leave the great cosmological realm alive, it would not be a problem for them to advance to 3rd grade or 4th grade splitting the heavens. Compared to his initial 2nd grade splitting the heavens, their future achievements would naturally be higher. Dig it out, Yang Kai ordered. Guo Ziyan nodded, and then he sorted out his chaotic feelings before rushing over to get busy. In a short moment, he held a millstone-sized divine origin magnet with both hands. 6th head, this amount is enough for one person to condense metal elemental energy, or even more. Guo Ziyan said excitedly. Although this 6th grade treasure didn't have much to do with him, he had taken it out personally after all, so he was naturally excited. Grade 6 materials were worth at least 15 million heaven-opening pills. If he had so many heaven-opening pills, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation for the rest of his life. Not bad, Yang Kai said lightly and put it away. There was not much time left for Yang Kai and the others. Once the sea of divine essence-fused light was completely emptied, the several thousand cultivators gathered on the divine essence-fused mountain would definitely descend to search and plunder the treasures. As such, everyone increased their speed. Everyone had a huge harvest, collecting divine essence-fused stones one after another. There was no lack of 6th grade divine essence-fused stones, and this underground cave was extremely large. It was unknown how large it was. It was impossible for Kai-Shing and the others to completely search this place, but since they had taken the initiative, their harvest was naturally not small. After agreeing to meet up here, Yuhi led Kai-Shing and the others to search in one direction while Yang Kai headed in another direction alone. Along the way, Yang Kai released his divine sense and ignored all divine essence-fused stones below grade 3, only collecting those above grade 3. The underground cave was indeed extremely large. Yang Kai had been running for an entire day, but he still hadn't reached the end, and from time to time, there would be some forks in the road, making him dizzy. After such a long time, the people on the divine essence-fused mountain should have already descended, but such a large underground space was enough for them to search. After another day, they finally reached the end. In these 2 days, Yang Kai's harvest could be said to be envious. He had collected more than 100 pieces of divine essence-fused stones of 4th grade, more than 30 pieces of 5th grade, and 4 pieces of 6th grade. In terms of value, the divine essence-fused stones he found in these 2 days were worth about 100 million opening heaven pills, and this was only his own harvest. Even if he and the other Kai Xing disciples' harvest were not as good as his, it would definitely not be too little. The only fly in the ointment was that they did not find any divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. Yang Kai thought that there would definitely be materials of 7th grade or above under this divine essence-fused mountain, but he didn't know if there really wasn't any, or if he was just unlucky and had searched in the wrong direction. At this moment, it was too late to change the direction of the search. With more than 2,000 people on the divine essence-fused mountain pouring in, no matter how many treasures there were underground, it would not be enough to keep them. He didn't know if others had found divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and grinned silently. With his hands behind his back, he calmly returned the way he came. Halfway back, a group of more than a dozen people came in front of him. When they saw someone in front of them, they could not help but be surprised. The leader of the group even shouted, "Who is it?" With this shout, these more than a dozen cultivators secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. Yang Kai walked over unhurriedly, not stopping for even a moment. However, he didn't show any excessive hostility, making these people somewhat unsure of what this guy's intentions were. When he got closer and saw Yang Kai's face, the leader of the cultivators said in surprise, "It's you didn't die." Previously on the divine essence-fused mountain, everyone thought that Yang Kai and Kai Xing's group were dead for sure. After all, they had gone down for so long without any movement, so how could they be safe? Only now did they know that Yang Kai was actually alive and well. "Why would I die?" Yang Kai chuckled. The cultivator who spoke mumbled for a while, then forced a smile and cupped his fists. "Lord Yang's divine skills are unparalleled, I admire you." Although they were all in the Emperor realm, this person did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Kai. Previously, he had seen the leader of the mysterious Cloud Society, Liao Yibai, die under Yang Kai's spear with his own eyes. For a moment, he felt a little uneasy. Meeting this god of death in such a place, would he be tempted by the wealth? If a conflict really broke out, with his strength, the dozen or so people on his side would not be able to resist. But they didn't think that Kai Yang would just let out a grunt and walk past them. The dozen or so people secretly sighed and looked at each other, feeling a little absurd as if they had just survived a disaster. "That's right." Yang Kai suddenly turned around and looked at them. "Lord Yang, what orders do you have?" The leading cultivator quickly asked respectfully. "Don't go forward, there's nothing good in front, let's change direction." Yang Kai dropped a sentence and quickly disappeared. Only when Yang Kai's footsteps disappeared did they confirm that Yang Kai had really left. Someone asked, "What did he mean?" "Idiot, he came from that side, so he must have taken the good things first." The person who asked suddenly realized, no wonder we only found divine essence-fused stones under the 3rd grade along the way, so it was he who slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Fortunately, Yang Kai was in a hurry and did not care about those materials under the 3rd grade, otherwise, they would not have been able to find anything along the way. "Let's change direction." How could the leading cultivator hesitate? He quickly led his people to the nearest fork in the road and turned into another passage. Yang Kai returned along the original path and encountered many cultivators. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were in groups of 10, but at most there were 30 to 50 of them. They were all very surprised that Yang Kai had survived. Some of the smarter ones saw Yang Kai coming from the front and immediately changed the direction of their search without needing him to remind them. Yang Kai spent more than a day to return to the entrance. Looking up, the sea of divine essence-fused light that had gathered at the top of the cave had indeed disappeared. If not, how could those people on the divine essence-fused mountain be safe? Yuehe and the others were still nowhere to be seen, so they were probably still searching for divine essence-fused stones. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. Looking around, he flew over to one of the stone pillars. The top of this stone pillar was a smooth stone surface, enough for several dozen people to stand on. It was only a few dozen meters away from the cave entrance. From time to time, people would fly down from the cave entrance. Obviously, they were all cultivators who had heard the news and wanted to get a share of the loot. When these people saw Yang Kai sitting alone on the stone pillar, They couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. In the face of benefits, who would have the time to care about the life or death of others? Everyone went in their own direction and searched deeper. After waiting for less than half a day, 2 ferocious auras descended from the cave above his head. Sensing these familiar auras, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, only to see 2 behemoths flying down one after the other, constantly circling around Yang Kai, each of their divine senses conveying a hint of flattery. The 2 ferocious beasts had put in a lot of effort and were injured. The Earth Dragon was injured by the divine essence-fused light, but it had a strong recovery ability and had more or less recovered in the past few days. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was injured by the Thunder Light Cultivator. It had chased after the Thunder Light Cultivator in a rage and only now did it return. Stop arguing. Yang Kai was a little speechless towards these 2 fellows. Although they couldn't speak, their divine senses were constantly surging towards him, transmitting some vague information, which was really annoying. Yang Kai had no choice but to throw out 2 dragon blood pills to calm them down, each of them finding a quiet place to lie down and refine the medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai also swallowed a dragon blood pill and then closed his eyes to comprehend the mysteries of wood and fire in his Tao seal, looking forward to comprehending some kind of divine technique. Another day later, Yu He and the others returned, all of them smiling from ear to ear. Obviously, their harvest was not small. Sensing Yang Kai's aura, Yu He's eyes lit up and she led everyone to the stone pillar, handing over a space ring. "Young master, this is all of our harvest." Yang Kai glanced at her with some surprise, not having expected her to hand over all of her harvest to him. Yu He, on the other hand, smiled as if this was only natural. Yang Kai received the space ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, his expectations quickly turning into disappointment. Chapter 40-22. The harvest of Yu He and the others was indeed not small, at least 30% more than what he had obtained. What's more, they didn't even let go of any divine essence magnet stones below 3rd grade, most likely collecting everything they could find. The remaining 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade stones were everywhere, but there were no 7th grade stones. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's thoughts, Yu He sent him a message. "This divine essence magnet mountain is so rich, with countless low-rank and mid-rank divine essence magnet stones, it is very likely that there won't be any high-rank divine stones here." What she said made sense, but Yang Kai was obviously unwilling to accept this. Putting away the space rings, Yang Kai turned to Kai Xing and said, "You've done well. After we return, if you have any needs, just ask. Whether it is 5th grade or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine them, this king will not be stingy." These dozen or so survivors were those who had not fled when facing the hundreds of Thunder Light Sect's cultivators. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least, they had some courage. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing became heavy, and even Guozian was taken aback. "6th Master, how can this be?" 5th grade and 6th grade precious stones were given out by Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth. Although not all of them had the ability to refine 6th grade precious stones, there were still some who could refine 5th grade precious stones. These words alone were enough to show Yang Kai's generosity and courage. What's more, there were only a dozen or so of them and none of them had contributed much at all this time. When facing the provocation of Thunder Light Sect's cultivators, it was Yang Kai who had single-handedly dealt with them. All in all, they were only able to survive thanks to Yang Kai's protection. Following Yang Kai to this underground cave was simply a matter of finding some precious stones. If it weren't for Yang Kai pushing his earth attribute before, they wouldn't have been able to descend at all. Putting in a little effort, reaping great benefits, this was something they never dared to imagine before. The harvest this time is not small, and this king is not a person who likes to eat alone. Since you are this king's people, this king naturally hopes that you can grow up quickly so that you can share this king's burdens in the future. Seeing Guozian still wanting to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "It's decided, there is no need to say anything more." Guozian sighed and cupped his fists. "6th Master, this lowly one, thank you, 6th Master." The dozen or so gold precious treasured stones, precious stones. Everyone stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, once again feeling that it was a blessing to follow such a master. If it had been the old poison matriarch here, how could she have been so generous? But then again, even with the poison woman's ability, it was unlikely she could achieve what Yang Kai had. Yang Kai continued, some of you may have already condensed the power of different attributes, so you should already have a plan for your future. However, this king would like to give you a piece of advice. Regardless of whether you have condensed the yin-yang 5 elements or not, you should still try your best to condense high-quality materials. Although laying down a foundation won't help you reach a higher realm, in a battle, high-quality energy may be the difference between life and death. For example, if a cultivator had condensed the 3rd grade fire attribute power before, then his position would be at the 3rd grade sky splitter. If it were in the outside world, without sufficient financial resources and opportunities, he would only look for 3rd grade materials to condense the remaining power. But here in the great cosmological realm, if he chose to condense the 4th grade or 5th grade origin magnet divine force, although it could not help him advance to the 4th grade or 5th grade sky splitter, he would still only reach the 3rd grade. However, he would be able to get more help and more damage when urging the metal attribute power. Guozian said, 6th Master is right. A Crimson Star disciple stood up and said, 6th Master, I only want the 4th grade. I also only want the 4th grade. Another person said. The rest of the group also spoke out their needs. Basically, they were all 4th grade. Only 2 people pondered for a long time before saying that they needed the 5th grade. In this world, there were many cultivators who were limited by financial resources and did not reach the limit of the sky splitter grade. For example, Meng Hong, he had condensed the 3rd grade sky splitter power before, but his limit was the 5th grade. It was just that a force like the Great Moon Province could not meet his needs at all. There were also people who were burdened by their aptitude and could not bear the pressure of condensing high-quality sky splitter power. Forcibly condensing it would only be counterproductive. Generally speaking, as long as one's aptitude was not too bad, condensing 4th grade materials was not a problem. If one's aptitude was slightly better, there was hope for the 5th grade. As for the 6th grade, it really required an excellent foundation and aptitude. Nearly 10 people out of the dozen or so people stated their requirements, leaving only a few people who looked on enviously. They had already condensed the metal attribute power, so this origin magnet divine stone was naturally of no use to them. Yang Kai said again, if you have other gains in the future, just tell me if you need anything. This king will not treat you unfairly. Everyone was overjoyed and cupped their hands to thank him. Guozian was happy to surrender. This new 6th Master was so powerful and so generous to his subordinates. It was really rare in the world. It was their fortune to have such a superior. Turning his head to look around, Guozian said, 6th Master, there are many treasures underground. Do you want me to take some people to look for them? No need. Just wait here. Naturally, someone will come to us. Yang Kai waved his hand. Guozian was stunned when he heard this. He did not know what Yang Kai meant. He blinked and looked at Yang Kai, then looked at the special position here, and then looked at the cave entrance more than 100 feet away. She said with a look of horror, you're not going to rob us, are you? Yang Kai grinned, this tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, leave some money. If anyone dares to say no, I'll kill them. He was speechless. Kai Xing and the others also had black lines on their faces. 6th Master was really bold. He could even do this kind of thing. However, since 6th Master had made this decision, they could only obey. They all stood behind Yang Kai to show off their strength. Since the appearance of the origin magnet divine light, although 3 days had passed, there were still people flying down from the cave entrance to explore the underground. No one had left this place, but counting the time, it was about time for some people to leave. Although the underground area was vast, it could not withstand the search of thousands of people for several days. The places that needed to be searched had already been searched. Without any benefits, who would be willing to stay here? Sure enough, in less than half a day, a few rays of light flew over from afar, and soon arrived in front of them, preparing to fly out through the passage they came in. However, how could Guozian, who had long known Yang Kai's intentions, Give them this opportunity. He immediately stepped forward and raised his hand. Halt. The newcomers paused, and when the light faded, the figures of 6 people were revealed. An elderly man and 5 young men and women. Judging from their appearances, they should be from the same great force. Yang Kai guessed that they had been drawn into the great cosmological realm by the great cosmological fog while working in Star City. All 6 of them looked vigilant as they secretly circulated their strength. However, when the old man saw Guoxian's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked towards Yang Kai and found that it was indeed this god of death. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had witnessed the scene of this young man killing Liao Yibai before and knew that the 6 of them were not his opponent. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. The elderly man cupped his fists and said, "So it is Lord Yang. This old master has been disrespectful. What advice does Lord Yang have for us?" Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar, opened his eyes, looked at the elderly man, and said, "I dare not give advice, but please show me your space rings." As soon as this statement came out, the elderly man's face changed and a young man behind him shouted angrily, "Why should we?" No cultivator was willing to hand over their space ring to others to check. Everyone's space ring had its own privacy. If others were to check it at will, wouldn't it be exposed? Another young girl gritted her teeth and said, "Wishful thinking." The elderly man raised his hand to stop her, looked at Yang Kai, and forced a smile. "Lord Yang, although this old master and these unfilial disciples have searched underground for several days, we have not found anything good. Even if we hand over our space rings, I am afraid it will only disappoint Lord Yang." Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you will be disappointed or not, you will know at a glance." The elderly man frowned and said, "Lord Yang, how about this? We will give 30% of our harvest to Master and ask Master to let us pass. How does that sound?" "Marshal uncle." The young men and women behind him couldn't help shouting. Their harvest this time wasn't that great to begin with, so if they had to hand over 30%, it would be as painful as cutting their own flesh. How could they be willing? "I will only look at your space rings." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The elderly man's brow furrowed even more, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, 40%. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. 50%. The elderly man took a step forward, seemingly having made a great decision. If Lord Yang is still not satisfied, then this old master has nothing to say. Yang Kai still said the same words, "I will only look at your space rings." The young man who spoke before shouted angrily, "Don't go too far." Yang Kai coldly glanced over. "If I wanted to go too far, you would all be corpses by now. How could I allow you to be so noisy?" Hearing this, the young man's face paled and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Thinking back to how Yang Kai had killed a heaven-opening realm master, he felt that the few of them here wouldn't be enough to kill him. The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Is Lord Yang so insistent?" Yang Kai remained silent. The elderly man nodded. "This old master understands. Sorry for disturbing master." After cupping his fists, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Leading his disciples in another direction, it seemed that they wanted to look for another exit. Originally, they were still a little worried that Yang Kai would stop them, but who would have thought that even after they had walked far away, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. "That person went too far," the young woman said indignantly. The elderly man said, "Now you should understand that in these 3,000 worlds, strength is respected. Cultivate well in the future, don't be distracted." The disciples blushed with shame and nodded. On the other side, Yuhi said, "Aren't you afraid that they will find another exit or forcefully open one of their own? If they can do it, it'll be up to them," Yang Kai said indifferently. Chapter 4023. This place was 3,000 meters underground, and because of the origin magnet mountain, the ground was extremely hard. In the great cosmological realm, under the premise that heaven-opening realm cultivators could not display too much power, it was impossible for anyone to forcefully open an exit. Even if Yang Kai went on the field himself, unless he used the black dragon spear, he would not have a chance. Only the earth dragon, who was naturally good at digging holes, was able to directly drill a passage into the origin magnet mountain. Time passed slowly, and people constantly flew over from all directions, wanting to leave through the passage, but without exception, they were all stopped by Guozian. At the entrance of the passage, more and more people gathered, and in less than half a day, there were already several hundred people. Yang Kai sat on the stone pillar calmly, and the several hundred people below were noisy and indignant. Many people looked at Yang Kai with hatred, but none of them dared to provoke him, only cursing him in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, but they did not know what was going on. After asking around, they learned that the sixth manager of the Crimson Star sect actually wanted to bribe people to pass through, and he even shamelessly said that he wanted to check the space ring of a passing cultivator. No one would agree to such a rude request. After all, what if they handed the space ring to Yang Kai and Yang Kai snatched it away? They definitely could not defeat him, nor could they snatch it back, so although there were many people gathered here, no one could leave. Hu Yi was also here, and besides him, there were several other heaven-opening realm cultivators. Everyone looked at them, hoping that they could uphold justice. Hu Yi did not want to be the first to stand out, and he wished he could shrink back into the crowd, but with so many people looking at him, he had no choice but to stand out. After all, if a heaven-opening realm cultivator did not stand out, how could he count on the Emperor Realm to speak up? Raising his hand to calm the rioting crowd, Hu Yi said, "Everyone, please calm down and allow this Hu to inquire about Manager Yang's intentions." Everyone cupped their fists and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Manager Hu." Hu Yi sighed in his heart, then raised his head to look at the direction Yang Kai was at, then looked at the crimson WM that seemed to be sleeping but was actually ferocious and monstrous as it lay nearby, and his scalp went numb. He silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then flicked his sleeve and flew up the stone pillar. Guozian and the others looked at him coldly, but they did not stop him. Hu Yi climbed up the stone pillar. He first cupped his hands towards Guozian and then towards Yang Kai. "Master Yang." Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. "Master Hu, have you figured it out? Since you've figured it out, please give me your space ring." The corners of Hu Yi's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile and said, "Headmaster Yang must be joking. This Hu came here just to ask Headmaster Yang, what is the meaning of this action?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "What do you mean?" Hu Yi said, "It should be for the origin magnetic divine stone. Since you know, why are you being so long-winded?" Hu Yi's face stiffened as he frowned. "Although I know, I'm afraid Headmaster Yang's actions are inappropriate. Those origin magnetic divine stones are something everyone worked so hard to find. Who would be willing to hand them over so easily? What's more, Headmaster Yang is blocking this path and not allowing everyone to pass. There is no reason for him to do so." Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed upwards. "This path was opened by me. Is that reason enough?" Hu Yi was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This path was really opened by someone else. There was no way he could refute this. Yang Kai snorted, "Without this king's permission, you used the passage opened by this king's subordinate spirit beasts to search for origin magnetic divine stones. This king didn't pursue this matter, but now that I'm asking you to share some benefits, you're making all kinds of excuses. What, do you really think this king is a pushover? We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." Hu Yi hurriedly waved his hand, thinking that if this guy was a pushover, then there was no one in the Great Void Realm who wasn't. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Headmaster Yang's words are reasonable. How about this, you give a number, 10%, 20%, or 30%. If everyone has no objections, we'll hand over Headmaster Yang's share and ask Headmaster Yang to let us pass." "How much do I say? How do I know what you've found? What if you're deliberately deceiving us?" "Absolutely not." Hu Yi waved his hand. "Can you guarantee?" Hu Yi's expression stiffened. How could he guarantee this kind of thing? What if someone was really unwilling to pay too much and casually took out some low-quality origin magnetic divine stones to make up the numbers? Don't be long-winded. In short, if you want to leave this place, take out your space rings for this king to check. After checking, this king will naturally let you go." Hu Yi said, "Headmaster Yang's move is likely to anger everyone." Yang Kai sneered, "It's not like it's the first time." Hu Yi shook his head and said, "That was then and this is now. Previously, the people's hearts were not united, but now, everyone wants to leave. If Manager Yang insists on stopping them, these hundreds and thousands of people will rush over. May I ask if Manager Yang can stop them? Not to mention, there are still many people who haven't arrived yet. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the good wish bag, grinning. Does this king need to stop them? Whoever dares to barge in, have a taste of the power of this king's origin magnetic divine light. Hu Yi's face turned pale as he remembered that this guy had collected a lot of origin magnetic divine light before. If he was provoked, he only needed to block the entrance and release the origin magnetic divine light. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Cupping his fists, he retreated from the stone pillar. The two did not deliberately suppress their voices, so how could the hundreds and thousands of people below not hear them? For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Yang Kai had gone too far. This passage was indeed opened by his spirit beast, but with so many treasures below, it was only natural that everyone who saw them should have a share. Now, he was blocking the entrance to the passage and robbing them. He was simply shameless to the extreme. However, not everyone thought so. Some cultivator were considering whether or not to agree to Yang Kai's request. In any case, they didn't have many good things in their space rings, so he might not be interested in them. This time, they didn't harvest many origin magnetic divine stones, so although it was painful to share some, it was better than being blocked here. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds broke through the air. Everyone turned their heads and saw a dozen or so people drenched in blood rushing over, not even bothering to look back as they headed straight for the passage. Guo Ziyan immediately took out his staff and flew to block the entrance of the passageway. Halt! The dozen or so people obviously recognized Guo Ziyan and quickly stopped, the leader cupping his fists and asking, "What advice does Master have for us?" Guo Ziyan repeated the same words countless times. "If you want to leave, hand over your space rings and let Sixth Young Master inspect them first." Unsurprisingly, the dozen or so people couldn't help showing angry expressions when they heard this. Just as they were hesitating though, Yang Kai calmly said, "There are still 10 breaths of time before the people who want to kill you catch up. Either hand over your space rings and this king will let you go, or continue to flee." The face of the leader of this group changed greatly as he turned his head to look back. Sure enough, he saw a group of lights rapidly approaching them. His mind racing, he quickly asked, "Sir, does everyone who wants to leave this place have to hand over their space rings?" Yang Kai pointed down. "Those who haven't are over there." The man looked down and discovered that there were nearly 1,000 people gathered below. Between life and death, this person decisively nodded. "Good, in that case, Master, please inspect them." Saying so, he took off his space ring and tossed it to Yang Kai. Seeing their leader act this way, the dozen or so people behind him also took off their space rings with different expressions. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, and under everyone's gazes, his divine sense swept through the dozen or so space rings before he raised his hand and returned them all, waving his hand. "Let's go." The leader of the cultivators was startled, but he didn't have time to think about it and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Many thanks, Master." Saying so, he led the dozen or so people behind him out of the passage, disappearing without a trace. 3 breaths after they left, they saw several dozen people chasing after them. Seeing the group from before pass through the passage, these people didn't hesitate to give chase, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" However, before they could approach the passage, the scarlet flood dragon that had been napping on the ground suddenly flew up, its massive body directly blocking the passage and spitting out a mouthful of raging flames, scaring the several dozen cultivators so much that they staggered back, their faces ashen. Everyone below was also shocked. From the looks of it, if Yang Kai really didn't want to let them go, he didn't even need to use the divine essence-fused light. Just the scarlet flood dragon alone was enough to seal the passage. For a moment, their mouths were filled with bitterness. The leader of the pursuers looked at the scarlet flood dragon and couldn't help but gulp, then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Lord Yang, we are Di Tian's people." Yang Kai didn't even look at him. "Call Ding Yi over to talk to me." That person's expression froze, not understanding how Yang Kai was related to those people who escaped before, and why Yang Kai wanted to protect them. However, he didn't dare to act rashly, quickly taking out his communication bead and sending a message to Ding Yi. While he was busy here, The people below suddenly started communicating with their divine senses. Just now, when Yang Kai checked the space rings of the dozen or so people, they clearly saw that Yang Kai really only checked them and didn't touch anything before letting them go. It was impossible to say that those people didn't find anything underground. There were so many divine essence-fused stones here, even if one or two of them didn't find anything, how could a dozen or so people not find anything? At the very least, they could find some divine essence-fused stones below the 3rd grade. However, Yang Kai really didn't take anything. What kind of situation was this? If that was the case, they might be able to accept Yang Kai's conditions. In any case, they wouldn't suffer any losses, at most losing some face. As such, after a brief hesitation, someone immediately flew up and cupped his fists in front of the stone pillar, Lord Yang. After saying so, he cupped his space ring and handed it over. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the ring, sweeping it with his divine sense before throwing it back. That person was overjoyed. Farewell. Saying so, he directly rushed up. The Scarlet Flood Dragon made way for him, and that person quickly disappeared without a trace. This scene caused many people to go into an uproar. If there was a possibility that they had seen wrongly before, then this time, everyone stared very carefully, not daring to be distracted. From what they could see, Yang Kai really didn't take anything. Chapter 40-24. With the first, there was a second. One after another, cultivators flew up to the stone pillar and handed over their space rings to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai simply glanced over them and returned them as they were. After inspecting the cultivator, he happily left. After just a stick of incense worth of time, more than 100 people had left, but in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai did not take anything from the space rings of these people. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening boundary masters gathered together, not understanding what was going on. Previously, everyone had thought that Yang Kai wanted to take a share of their harvest, and he had even said so himself, but now he was not taking anything. What did he mean by this? Was he looking down on these people's harvests, or was he looking for something else? Regardless, Yang Kai's actions were good news for most people. Another person flew up the stone pillar. This person had a fawning smile on his face and was quite ugly, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. Just like the others, he offered up his space ring with both hands and waited anxiously. Yang Kai squeezed the space ring and looked at him with a smile. Is it all here? The man hurriedly said, it's all here. Are you sure? The man hesitated for a moment before quickly calming down and nodding, I dare not lie. Yang Kai coldly snorted and reached out to grab him. A space ring suddenly flew out from the man's sleeve and fell into Yang Kai's hand. What is this? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. The man's expression suddenly became flustered. He had clearly used a secret technique to hide this space ring, but it had still been found so easily. Master, please spare me, this servant was just confused for a moment. Yang Kai did not even look at him and simply waved his hand, scram. Under the sweeping force, this person was directly swept into the passage. As for that person's space ring, it was left behind. Standing at the entrance of the passage, the man stared blankly at the space ring that had been taken away, his heart aching. Weighing his own strength, he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Looking around, Yang Kai said, if anyone dares to hide anything, I won't kill you. That's what happened to that person. Everyone's expression turned cold. Originally, there were some people like that person who thought they had found something good and wanted to secretly hide it. Seeing this situation, how could they have the guts to do so? Yang Kai had indeed not killed that person, but he had taken away all his belongings. How was he going to survive in the great cosmological realm in the future? Time passed slowly. One by one, the cultivator landed in front of Yang Kai and flew away one by one. Previously, on the mountain peak, there were at least 2,000 people, including those from the Di-Tian heavens. Later on, there were even more cultivators here, so there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators gathered in the depths of the mountain. Even though Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, it still took him a long time to complete his investigation. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai searched through the space rings of hundreds of people but did not take anything, except for the space ring of the one who had just been stolen. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening realms were constantly communicating with their divine senses. At a certain moment, Hu Yi suddenly turned to a cultivator beside him and sent a divine sense transmission. "You go." The cultivator nodded and flew forward. After waiting in line for half an incense stick's worth of time, it was finally his turn. After handing over his space ring, the cultivator waited anxiously, but after Yang Kai finished inspecting his space ring, he actually smiled faintly. "Not bad." He casually tossed the space ring back. The cultivator was slightly startled before cupping his fists in joy. "Many thanks, Master." There were 2 sets of divine origin magnet stones in his space ring. He was worried that Yang Kai would take them away, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. Turning around, he gave Hu Yi a look that said everything was going well. Hu Yi nodded slightly. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided." "Let's go," Hu Yi said. Although it was shameful to have their space rings inspected by someone from the Emperor realm, in this situation, they had no choice but to lower their heads. If they wanted to leave this place, they would have to rely on Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had 2 strange beasts and controlled the divine origin magnet light. With him blocking the entrance to the passage, they could not resist. The heaven-opening realms were also a little impatient from waiting and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the heaven-opening realms led their disciples to the entrance of the passage. After about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, it was finally Hu Yi's turn. After handing over his space ring, Hu Yi waited silently. However, this time, Yang Kai finally acted differently. With a single thought, a millstone-sized divine origin magnet stone appeared in front of him and was directly stored in his space ring. Hu Yi's eyes widened as he quickly called out, "Master Yang." The divine origin magnet stone that Yang Kai had taken away was a 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone, and it was the only 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone Hu Yi had obtained on this trip. Only now did Hu Yi understand that Yang Kai had not taken anything earlier, not because he was being benevolent, but because he did not care about the gains of these people. His eyes were only set on those above the 6th grade. "Do you have a problem with that?" Yang Kai raised his eyes, pinching Hu Yi's space ring in his hand. Hu Yi was so angry that his face twitched for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare." He was afraid that if he said that, his space ring would be gone. Yang Kai tossed his space ring back to him and calmly said, "Next." Hu Yi caught the space ring. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. He could only glare hatefully at Yang Kai before flying towards the passage. When the people behind him saw this, they naturally understood Yang Kai's intentions. This guy wanted to monopolize the 6th-grade divine stones. For a moment, some people were happy, while others were sad. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and quickly arrived at the stone pillar, revealing Ding Yi's appearance. At first glance, seeing how lively this place was, he could not help but scratch his head and ask, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Kai checked the space ring and grinned at him, "I'm blocking the road to rob you." Ding Yi's expression stiffened and he laughed dryly, "Brother Yang, you must be joking." He thought that Yang Kai was joking, but when he looked carefully, he found that many people were waiting in line. When they arrived in front of Yang Kai, they took the initiative to hand over their space rings for him to check and let him pass. He could not help but tremble. If this was not blocking the road to rob him, then what was? For a moment, he looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of admiration. He did not even dare to think about such a thing, but Yang Kai, who was also from the Emperor realm, had done it. Moreover, there were so many people gathered here, and they were all obediently cooperating. For a moment, Yang Kai was shocked. Ding Yi was full of interest, and he said, "Brother Yang, do you need help?" Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment, "All right, I'll tell you to line up behind Di Tian's people." Ding Yi was stunned. Di Tian's people also need to be checked. Yang Kai said, "No one is an exception." He pointed forward, and Ding Yi looked over and found that that person was at the heaven-opening realm, but his expression was extremely ugly. Ding Yi forced a smile. "No, Brother Yang, Di Tian, was on the mountain before, Jiqi. I saved many of your people's lives on the mountain." Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him. Ding Yi smacked his lips. What he said was true. If Yang Kai did not release the divine essence-fused light at the crucial moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation would not have been destroyed. In the end, both sides would have suffered great losses. Even if Di Tian's people could take down Sword Pavilion, they would have to pay a huge price. Brother Yang, do we really have to do this? Ding Yi asked with a frown. Don't worry, I won't touch what I shouldn't take. I will only take what is useful. Yang Kai comforted him. Ding Yi stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Brother Yang, just say the word, and I, Ding Yi, will cooperate with you." After saying this, he turned around and flew down, ordering Di Tian and the others to line up behind. One cultivator after another was checked and their spatial rings were released. Yang Kai's intentions were completely exposed. Even if those cultivators obtained grade 5 divine stones, he would not touch them. Only the grade 6 divine stones were kept. Yang Kai had his own considerations. There were many grade 5 divine stones in the depths of the ground. If he really kept all of them, it would be a little too much. If he ate the meat, others should at least get some soup. If he really did that, he would probably incur the wrath of everyone, and a huge battle with these thousands of people would break out. When that time came, blood would flow like rivers. As for the grade 6 divine stones, he definitely could not let them go. Even if he did not need them, there would be a time when he would need them in the future. As such, the cultivator who did not obtain any grade 6 divine stones were overjoyed, while the cultivator who did had a grade 6 divine stone was frowning. What was more, in the end, those cultivator took the initiative to take out the grade 6 divine stones, so that Yang Kai would not have to snatch them himself. However, there were only a few grade 6 divine stones. Yang Kai had checked more than 1,000 cultivators, and he had only found a few pieces. After Ding Yi made arrangements for Di Tian and the others, he flew up to the stone pillar and watched anxiously as Yang Kai checked one spatial ring after another. He sighed in his heart. If only he could be as domineering as this, his life would not have been in vain. At this moment, although he was the leader of Di Tian and had thousands of subordinates, he still felt that something was lacking when compared to Yang Kai. Di Tian and the others had arrived later, and could be considered the last batch of people. However, there were many of them, about 700 to 800 of them. Originally, there were 1,000 people, but many of them had been killed in the battle with Sword Pavilion. After checking the spatial rings of Di Tian and the others, a day had already passed. Ding Yi cupped his fists with an envious expression. Brother Yang, you've reaped a great harvest. He had been here for more than a day, and he had personally seen Yang Kai take 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones from the spatial rings of others. One grade 6 divine stone was worth 15 million, and just these 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones were worth more than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Not to mention, grade 6 divine stones were simply priceless. If they were taken out, they would definitely be worth more than 15 million. Just by sitting here, Di Tian could easily obtain so many grade 6 divine stones. It was truly enviable. Thank you for your cooperation, Brother Ding. Yang Kai smiled slightly. After this interaction, some of the small grudges between them had been forgotten. There was no deep hatred between them. As he spoke, Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and the scarlet flood dragon, which had been lying down with its eyes closed, suddenly crawled into the depths of the cave. Ding Yi was confused. What are you doing? Yang Kai snorted. There are still people hiding here, thinking that they can hide. Chapter 40-25. Half an hour later, within the Origin Magnet Mountain's underground cave, 2 enormous figures scuttled out like fish. The Scarlet WM took the lead, and the Earth Dragon followed closely behind. More than 10 figures stood on the Scarlet WM's enormous head. After dealing with those fellows hiding in the depths of the cave who wanted to fish in troubled waters, Yang Kai left directly. Ding Yi had also left long ago. Although the divine stones at the foot of the metamagnetic mountain had been plundered clean, it did not mean that there were no more metamagnetic divine stones. The entire metamagnetic mountain stretched for thousands of miles, attracting countless cultivators to explore and search. Even though the abundant underground reserves had been plundered clean, but aside from the underground reserves, the entire essence-fused mountain was filled with opportunities. However, the quality of the divine stones outside was definitely not as good as the ones in the depths. Ding Yi led the hundreds of people in the primary magnet mountain. Not only that, he even sent a message back, calling the remaining few thousand people over. They monopolized the mountain range for hundreds of miles and dug 3 feet into the ground. Flying down, Yang Kai sighed slightly. This time, in the end, he still couldn't find a divine origin magnet stone above the 7th grade. The reason why he blocked the way at the entrance of the passage was mainly because of this. Unfortunately, in the end, he still came up empty-handed. He couldn't even find a divine origin magnet stone deep underground, so there probably wasn't much hope above ground. Yuhi observed his expression and knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said, "Isn't the 6th grade good enough? Why are you so insistent?" She seemed to be eager for Yang Kai to condense the 6th grade metal element power, adding fuel to the fire all the time. Yang Kai could not be bothered with him. He just looked at the dozens of people flying over from afar. When the dozens of people came close, they cupped their hands together and said, "Greetings, 6th Master, 7th Master." As they spoke, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Yang Kai looked at Guoziyan suspiciously. Guoziyan said, "6th Master, these are the remaining brothers under my command. They were quite far from here before, so they couldn't make it in time. When they arrived, we were already underground, so I made the decision to let them stay on the surface." Yang Kai was relieved. After he became Crimson Star's 6th Master, Crimson Star had allocated hundreds of people to him. Previously, only 30 or so people came, and the remaining dozens were only gathered now. Less than 100 people were not worth mentioning compared to Di Tian's thousands of people. However, this was Yang Kai's only subordinates now. What's the situation above? Guoziyan looked at one of the young cultivators and asked. The young man stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Great Commander, we have been searching for divine stones in the past few days, but the gains were not very big. The highest grade was only a 3rd grade divine stone." As he spoke, he took out the grade 3 divine origin magnet stone. Guoziyan turned to look at Yang Kai. Guoziyan understood and said, "Keep it for yourself." She knew that Yang Kai had already harvested nearly 20 pieces of 6th grade divine stones, so how could he be interested in a trivial 3rd grade divine stone? The young man was overjoyed. "Thank you, 6th Master." Although he was the one who found it, if Yang Kai insisted on taking it, he would have to hand it over with both hands. Now that Yang Kai told him to keep it, he was naturally happy. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Commander Guo, take the brothers and stay here. If a high-grade divine stone appears, report it immediately." In the end, he was still a little unwilling to give up. Although the chances were not high, what if someone really found a 7th grade divine stone on this origin magnet mountain? Yes. Guoziyan nodded respectfully. "Take this." Yang Kai took out a bead and handed it to Guoziyan. Guoziyan took it and asked suspiciously, "6th Master, this is space spirit bead." A space spirit bead appeared in Yang Kai's hand. These 2 beads are a pair and have a mysterious connection with each other. Don't put it in your space ring, just carry it with you. Yang Kai did not explain in detail. Guoziyan naturally obeyed, turning his head to look to the side and saying, "But 6th Master, although the several dozen of us here are stronger than some stragglers, in the end there are too few of us. If we really find something good and get into a conflict with others, without 6th Master here, I'm afraid we won't be a match. If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai glanced at him. Guoziyan smiled somewhat embarrassedly and pointed to the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon nearby. This humble one would like to ask 6th Master to keep one of them, preferably the Earth Dragon. That way, if the situation turns bad, we can have it dig a hole to make it easier for us to escape. Yang Kai laughed. "You're quite the schemer." "Fine, I'll leave both of them to you." Guoziyan was overjoyed. "Many thanks, 6th Master." With these 2 strange beasts, he had nothing to fear unless one of the few great forces took action. "Are you coming?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yuhi. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "Wherever young master goes, I will naturally follow. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to grab her arm. With a move of his divine sense, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Everyone from the Crimson Star sect was dumbfounded. No one saw how Yang Kai disappeared, but under the perception of their divine sense, they could no longer sense Yang Kai's aura. Space divine technique. Guo Ziyan had a look of fascination. With this divine technique, even if the great cosmological abyss was big, there was nowhere he could not go. The youth from before came over with a sneaky look and said in a low voice, "Commander, we heard some incredible news earlier, but we don't know if it's true or not." "What did you hear?" Guo Ziyan glanced at him. The youth chuckled. "Someone said that our sixth master killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator with a single spear strike. It said that the heaven-opening realm cultivator was the leader of some mystic cloud association called Liao Yibai. The rumors are very vivid." Someone frowned and said, "Commander, could it be that someone wants to kill our sixth master by flattery? I've also heard that our sixth manager is very powerful. With his Emperor realm strength, he was able to kill the poison matriarch and Gan Hong, forcing his way into Crimson Star. However, killing a heaven-opening cultivator in a single move is still a bit unrealistic." Guo Ziyan coldly snorted, "You think it's unrealistic because you haven't seen it." As soon as this was said, the expressions of the dozens of newcomers shook, and the youth said in surprise, "Commander, that news can't be true, right?" Guo Ziyan said, "This commander saw the sixth master's peerless divine might with his own eyes. How can it be false?" There was a burst of gasps as the dozens of people did not dare to believe it, but Guo Ziyan said it with certainty, so how could it be that he was joking? Guo Ziyan looked disappointed. Although this commander is a second-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, in the great cosmological abyss, the sixth master can probably crush me with a finger. The corner of the youth's mouth twitched. "Commander is too modest." Guo Ziyan slowly shook his head. "You've only heard about the sixth master killing Liao Yibai with a single spear strike, but you don't know that before that, our sixth master killed hundreds of people in Thunder Light sect, and even Bi Jian died at his hands." Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Guo Ziyan seriously, as if they wanted to see if he was joking. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Guo Ziyan, because they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, still rejoiced in retrospect. Although Yang Kai had Scarlet Flood Dragon's help at that time, in hindsight, even without Scarlet Flood Dragon, the sixth master's might had been unstoppable. The youth muttered, "So, the matter of the sixth master blocking the road and robbing thousands of people lowering their heads is also true?" Because not many people had seen the battle with Thunder Light sect, there was little news that spread, but Yang Kai killing Liao Yibai with a single spear strike and blocking the road at the entrance of the underground passage were all witnessed by thousands of people. "Our sixth master is an incredible figure, to be able to follow him is our luck." After Guo Ziyan finished speaking, a cultivator behind him said excitedly, "And he's also very generous. The sixth master said that as long as we brothers can use the harvest this time, no matter if it's 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade, we can ask him for it, and it will be the same in the future." 5th grade or 6th grade? Is that true? Some people didn't dare to believe it. A 5th grade was worth 1.5 million, and a 6th grade was worth 15 million. These kinds of things could be casually given away. To what extent was the sixth master so generous? Guo Ziyan chuckled, "Whether it's true or not, you'll know when we return this time, but I don't think the sixth master will go back on his words." Clapping his hands, his expression turned solemn. "All right, let's not be long-winded, hurry up and get busy. Maybe we can even find some high-quality divine origin magnet stones." After saying that, Guo Ziyan went straight to the Earth Dragons. The Earth Dragons were experts in digging holes, so although they had fewer people, if they used the Earth Dragons well, their harvest might not be worse than others. Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. In the side room, when a figure flashed by, Yang Kai and Yuhi had already appeared here. Yuhi was stunned. She turned her head to look around and hesitated. "This is Star City?" She more or less had some impression of Yang Kai. "Yes." Yang Kai pushed the door open and walked out. Yuhi followed closely behind and cried out involuntarily, "You can teleport tens of thousands of miles?" The Divine Origin Magnet Mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from here. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai actually brought her back from the divine origin magnet mountain. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but be shocked. The space divine technique, was it really so powerful? If that was the case, then who in this world could kill Kai Yang? Unless heaven and earth were sealed, he could teleport tens of thousands of miles, and no one could catch up to him. My abilities are beyond your imagination, Yang Kai sneered. He didn't tell her that he was using the space spirit bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai had already left a space spirit bead in his bedroom, so he could come and go as he pleased. He said bitterly, then why didn't you teleport to the divine origin magnet mountain before? Previously, they had to travel a long distance to get there. I've never been to the divine origin magnet mountain, so how could I locate it? Yang Kai casually replied. He thought about it and agreed. It was indeed not easy to teleport to a place where one had never been before. If something went wrong, it would be no joke. As the two of them talked, they had already arrived in front of the secret chamber. The two disciples from the Great Moon State were standing in front of the secret chamber, waiting anxiously. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him. Brother Yang, how's the situation? Yang Kai asked. Before he left, Meng Hong was refining the rank 5 True Sun Flame. Now that a few days had passed, he didn't know how it was going or whether it was going smoothly. Chapter 40-26. The two disciples of the Great Moon State slowly shook their heads, looking worried. They couldn't help but worry. Meng Hong was condensing the 5th grade True Sun Fire this time, and if there was a slight mistake, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. They hated Chen Yu even more. If it weren't for this woman, how could Big Brother have suffered such a blow and take such a risk? It won't be so fast. He said, it's only been a few days, how can there be results? The speed of condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements has a lot to do with one's aptitude. The shortest time is 10 days to half a month, and the longest time is a year. You have condensed it yourself, so you should have experience. Speaking of this, his beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, as if she had thought of something, and looked at Yang Kai in horror. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai only spent about 20 days to condense the 7th grade Earth elemental power. This speed was simply terrifying. When she condensed the 5th grade Earth elemental power, which time was less than half a month. The longest time it took her was 3 months. Condensing the 7th grade Earth elemental power in 20 days, how terrifying was this guy's aptitude and foundation? Yang Kai didn't notice her thoughts. Thinking about the scene when he condensed the 5 elements' elemental power, it seemed to be true. He ordered the two disciples of the Great Moon State, keep an eye on them at all times. If there is anything strange, report to me immediately. Yes, Brother Yang. The two disciples of the Great Moon State cupped their hands and replied. When he returned to his room, he followed him like a shadow. Yang Kai slowly got used to it and didn't have much scruples about her. He directly counted the harvest of this trip to the Yuan Ci Mountain. Under the Yuan Ci Mountain, his own harvest was not small. He didn't collect the divine stones of the 3rd grade and below, only the divine stones of the 3rd grade and above. Among them, there were more than 100 4th grade divine stones, more than 30 5th grade divine stones, and as many as 4 6th grade divine stones. This alone was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. Yu He, Guozian, and the others gained more. After all, they had more people, so their harvest was about 30% more than Yang Kai's. After that, they robbed people at the entrance of the passageway, and they plundered a total of 17 to 18 6th grade divine origin magnetism stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, and it was enough to make those blessed paradises go crazy. Only in the great cosmological realm would one have such a terrifying harvest. In the outside world, one would not have such an opportunity in the 3,000 universes. All in all, not counting the divine origin magnet stones below the 3rd grade, there were 245 pieces of the 4th grade, 73 pieces of the 5th grade, and 26 pieces of the 6th grade. Even according to the market price, the origin magnetic divine stones placed in front of Yang Kai were worth nearly 600 million heaven-opening pills. However, if they were to be sold, they would definitely fetch a higher price. Getting rich overnight was nothing more than this. Moreover, this kind of heavenly treasure was a hard currency. No matter where it was placed, it would not go unnoticed. Instead, it was a good thing that would cause a great commotion. Young master, you're rich. Yuhi also smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Yang Kai benefited, and she seemed to be happier than herself. Yang Kai was also in a good mood, and the depression of not finding a 7th grade divine stone was swept away. He laughed and said, "It's just SOSO. Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled, "If young master succeeds in the future, don't forget to be at my beck and call." Yang Kai waved his hand generously, "Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat in the future, I won't let you go hungry." Yuhi's beautiful eyes glistened, "Thank you, young master." Yang Kai temporarily put away all the divine origin magnet stones and took out the auspicious pouch. The value of the divine origin magnet stones could be calculated, but the value of this pouch of divine origin magnet light could not be calculated at all. This thing was extremely powerful and unpredictable. Under full force, there were very few people in this world who could withstand it. At the very least, no one in the great cosmological realm could withstand it. However, although the 6 directions auspicious pouch collected a lot of divine origin magnet light, Yang Kai was a little worried about how to use it. Normally, a cultivator could use this divine origin magnet light to condense the power of the metal element. If it was successful, it would definitely be a 6th grade divine stone. However, there was probably no cultivator in this world who could draw this kind of condensed divine origin magnet light into the seal safely. If it was really done, it would not take long for the seal to be destroyed by the divine origin magnet light, and the cultivator would perish. Do you have any good suggestions? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yuhi. Although this woman was crazy, she was still a 5th grade divine stone after all. In terms of knowledge and experience, Yang Kai could not compare to her. Yuhi frowned and pondered. After a long time, she slowly shook her head, "I can't think of anything." Although she had previously advised Yang Kai to collect the divine origin magnet light first and think of a way to use it in the future, she did not have any good ideas. She wanted Yang Kai to absorb the divine origin magnet light. With Yang Kai's previous performance, he should be able to do it. However, saying this would only invite a rebuff, so there was no need to ask. Yang Kai was also at his wit's end. Obtaining something good but not being able to use it really made one feel helpless. Moreover, if he did not find a way to transfer the divine origin magnet light from the auspicious pouch as soon as possible, he would not be able to use the 6 directions auspicious pouch. He could not open the pouch and release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future, right? If he really did so, it was not impossible, but the divine origin magnet light would not be able to last for more than a few times. It was really too wasteful. He and Yuhi looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. After a long time, Yang Kai finally gave up. If it really did not work, he could only release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future. If it was a waste, then it was a waste. After asking Yuhi to leave, Yang Kai went into seclusion to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique. As the days passed, the news in the divine origin magnet mountain gradually spread. The news that Yang Kai had killed a 3rd grade heaven opening expert with the power of an emperor spread like wildfire. Many people were unwilling to believe it. After all, this kind of thing was too bizarre. Even in the great cosmological realm, a heaven opening expert had the foundation of a heaven opening expert. How could it be so easy to kill? Moreover, it was done in one move. However, many people had seen it with their own eyes at that time, and the rumors were so vivid that it made people suspicious. There was no smoke without fire. In addition, Yang Kai later robbed people in the cave under the divine origin magnet mountain, relying on the power of the 2 fierce beasts and the power of the divine origin magnet light to force thousands of people to bow their heads and let him plunder them. The name of Yang Kai quickly spread throughout the great cosmological realm and completely entered the field of vision of various large and small forces. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Adding fuel to the fire, Almost half of the people in the great cosmological realm knew that the divine origin magnet stones on the divine origin magnet mountain had basically fallen into Yang Kai's pocket, especially the 6th grade ones. Almost none were left. It was said that in the divine origin magnet mountain, Yang Kai had obtained no less than 100 6th grade divine origin magnet stones, and the 5th grade and 4th grade ones were simply uncountable. Many people had not heard of Yang Kai's name, and after inquiring around, it was easy to find out that Yang Kai was the new 6th master of Crimson Star. For a time, countless gazes were focused on the star market controlled by Crimson Star. Every day, there would be a cultivator coming from all directions. For a time, the star market was filled with people. Around Yang Kai's mansion, in the tea houses and restaurants, pairs of eyes were closely watching from afar. There were even people who came to visit and reported their names one after another when they came to the mansion. The servants guarding the door had never seen such a scene and hurriedly went to report. Unable to find Yang Kai, they could only look for Yu He. After receiving several waves of people, Yu He was annoyed. These guys had obviously heard that Yang Kai had obtained so many good things and had hurriedly come to curry favor with him. Each of them boasted about how powerful they were and wanted to join Yang Kai's forces. Those who knew their limits only asked for a 5th grade divine stone, while those who boasted shamelessly asked for a 6th grade divine stone. It was fine if it was just 1 or 2, but there were people coming over every day to spout nonsense. In a fit of anger, Yu He broke a person's leg and threw him out of the door, which made the mansion much quieter. In a large hall, on several chairs, there were silhouettes, each of them exuding a profound aura. Other than the elusive Great Master, the other 4 masters of Crimson Star were all present. Chen Tianfei, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and the Ouyang brothers. Strictly speaking, there were 5 of them, but the Ouyang brothers had always been together, so they could only be considered as one head. Lady Poison and Gan Hong were killed by Yang Kai in this hall. Although a few days had passed, the smell of blood still lingered in the hall. On a specially made chair, Chen Tianfei sat there like a mountain of meat. The fat on his face piled up together and even his eyes were covered. Madame Qin gently plucked the strings of the guqin in front of her, and the tinkling sound flowed slowly, as if an invisible hand was brushing past everyone's heart, making them involuntarily relax. Chen Tianfei coughed dryly and said, "The recent changes in the star market, I'm sure everyone has felt it, right?" Bei Yushan said, "Many people have come." "Yes, a lot of people have come." Chen Tianfei chuckled, "They're all here for our 6th head." "I just don't understand, doesn't this brat understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth?" Ouyang Bing said, "At first, I didn't believe the rumors outside, but recently, I've come to believe them. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Yuan Ci mountain to take a look." Chen Tianfei said, "It's too late to regret now, everything has already gone into his pocket." Ouyang Lai said, "He is the 6th head of Red Star. Since he has gained something, he should hand over a part of it. Why hasn't there been any news after so long?" Chen Tianfei turned his head and looked at him. "Why don't you ask him, head Ouyang?" Ouyang Lai's expression froze. How could he dare to ask such a question? On the day Yang Kai killed Lady Poison and Gan Hong, he had seen it with his own eyes. The 2 of them couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of Yang Kai. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei spat, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's not talk about 6th head's gains for the time being. He has offended many people in the Yuan Ci mountain. Head Zhu of Thunderlight sect came to me personally and said that Yang Kai killed 100 to 200 people from Thunderlight sect on the Yuan Ci mountain. Even Bi Jian died tragically on the spot. He wants Red Star to give them an explanation." Chapter 4027. The Thunderlight sect wants an explanation from our Crimson Star? Ouyang Bing raised her brows. "Explanation, my ass." Bei Yushan shouted angrily, "In the past, our Crimson Star had many battles with the Thunderlight sect in Star City, and many Crimson Star disciples died at their hands. Why didn't they give us an explanation? In my opinion, the 6th head did a good job this time. That stinking brat, Bi Jian, I've been unhappy with him for a long time, but I couldn't find a chance to kill him. I'll go have a drink with the sixth head later and offer him a toast. The corners of Chen Tianfei's mouth twitched. Madame Qin pressed down on the zither strings and asked, "What did the first head say?" Chen Tianfei shook his head slowly. The first head didn't say anything. "So you don't care?" Ouyang Lai asked. Chen Tianfei said, "The Thunder Light sect can be ignored, but Sword Pavilion has to be vigilant." Bei Yushan was stunned. What does this have to do with Sword Pavilion? He was a man with a bear-like waist and a strong back, like an iron tower, and a straightforward character. He had been cultivating in seclusion recently, so he wasn't clear about what was going on outside. If it wasn't for Chen Tianfei's summons, he wouldn't have come out. Madame Qin said in a light voice, "I heard that because of our sixth leader, a few tens of members of the Sword Pavilion perished while even the Starfall sword formation was destroyed. Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui fled with heavy injuries and almost lost their lives on the spot." Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even that old fellow Zhong Fan was heavily injured. Was this also done by our sixth head? As the head of Crimson Star, how could he not know how terrifying Sword Pavilion was? Luo Qingyun and Lu Shui were both fourth-grade heaven splitters like him, but Zhong Fan was a fifth-grade heaven splitter. Chen Tianfei waved his hand and said, "He didn't do anything, but this matter is directly related to him. It can even be said that the deaths of those people from Sword Pavilion were all caused by the sixth head. Sword Pavilion also sent people over." Madame Qin frowned. Just as Chen Tianfei said, Crimson Star didn't fear Thunder Light sect, but it was best not to provoke Sword Pavilion. After living in Star City for so many years, even they didn't know what kind of resources Sword Pavilion had. It would have been easy if Sword Pavilion had really sent someone over. Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Unfortunately, they didn't do so. When Madame Qin and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown, looking worried. "You know how crazy those sword cultivators are." Chen Tianfei frowned. Not only did sixth manager offend so many people in the Yuan Ci Mountain under the banner of Crimson Star, but he also made a life-and-death feud with Sword Pavilion. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully. My eyelids have been twitching these past few days and I have a feeling that a storm is coming. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to let this go. Madame Qin shook her head slowly. Ouyang Lai said, "This matter is difficult to handle. It would be fine if they were only injured, but the problem is that so many people have died. Moreover, the Starfall sword formation is the foundation of the Sword Pavilion. The destruction of the Starfall sword formation is tantamount to slapping the Sword Pavilion's face. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to take this lying down." Ouyang Bing continued, "Pass down the order. Tell the people below to be careful, especially if they encounter people from Sword Pavilion. Avoid them as far as possible. It's best not to have any contact with them." Chen Tianfei sighed, "That's what I meant. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let that surnamed Yang be the sixth manager. Now, in just a few days, Crimson Star has provoked so many enemies. How can the Crimson Star establish a foothold in the Great Void Realm in the future? What's the use of speaking in hindsight? At that time, he killed the femme fatale and Gan Hong. Who dared to say a word? What he said was true. If he hadn't agreed to let that surnamed Yang enter Crimson Star, it would have been more than just the femme fatale and Gan Hong who died. But thinking of the current situation, Chen Tianfei's mouth was filled with bitterness. He secretly decided that he would pay a visit to Yang Kai later and ask him to restrain himself in the future. Crimson Star couldn't provoke any more enemies. If they offended the public again, it would really be difficult for them to move forward in the Great Void Realm. After dispersing, Chen Tianfei immediately rushed to Yang Kai's mansion. His fat body couldn't stop him from walking quickly. Soon, he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion. He couldn't help but frown. With his fourth-grade foundation, he could naturally sense that within 1,000 feet, there were pairs of eyes secretly staring at Yang Kai's mansion. He knew that this was the fault of the sixth-grade Divine Origin Magnet Stone. The most precious treasure in the entire Divine Origin Magnet Mountain was in his pocket. Who wouldn't be jealous? Even he, Chen Tianfei, had thought about it before. There was someone in front of the mansion. A young man led a group of servants and stood in front of the mansion. He had an arrogant expression and his nose was pointed to the sky, as if he was the boss. A cultivator who looked like a guard shouted, "Call your master out." Inside the gate, Chen Yu looked at this group of fierce-looking guys with a pale face and asked weakly, "Is there something I can help you with?" These days, there were many people who came to visit Yang Kai, each with their own little schemes, but since He broke one of their legs and threw him out in anger, it had become much quieter. He hadn't expected someone else to come, and this time, the person who had come was extremely aggressive. The person who had spoken clearly had the aura of a heaven-opening expert. Chen Yu had never seen such a scene before and was at a loss for a moment. The guard said, "There's no need to talk to a servant like you. Call your master out." Although Chen Yu was a bit scheming, her strength was still lacking and she could not come into contact with too many things. At this moment, she could not tell who this person was, so she said to wait a moment and hurried in to find Yu. She did not know that Yang Kai was in seclusion, but she did not have the face to see Yang Kai. After the matter with Stars Jiao, she was already thankful to be able to stay here. How could she have the courage to go see Yang Kai? Yu was grooming herself in front of a mirror. Hearing this, her face sank, annoying. Throwing down her eyebrow pencil, she angrily said, "Go see what kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry has come." Lifting her dress, she walked out. When she arrived in front of the gate, Yu frowned slightly. Chen Yu's eyesight was not good enough and could not see much, but as a 5th-grade heaven-opening cultivator, she could tell at a glance that this person's identity was not ordinary. After all, how could someone who could use a heaven-opening cultivator as a guard have a small background? Although it was only 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening cultivators. However, her own strength was not bad, so she was not too afraid. "Who are you people?" Yu looked at the leading guard and asked, her beautiful eyes secretly glancing at the young man behind him. Previously, when Chen Yu was speaking here, this young man's nose was up in the air, not looking at Chen Yu at all, but when Yu walked out, this guy's eyes actually lit up and he looked at Yu from head to toe without blinking, clicking his tongue as if he was very happy. Yu coldly snorted in her heart, but her expression did not change. Before the guard could speak, the young man said, "Are you the owner of this place? Didn't you say it was a man?" Yu pursed her lips and smiled, "My young master is in seclusion, so it is not convenient for him to see guest." "Young master?" The young man was startled and looked at Yu suspiciously. "Then you are, I am naturally the young master's maid." When the young man heard this, he immediately put on a pained expression and shook his head. What a waste, what a waste. Such a stunner in front of him was actually someone else's maid, so who knew how many times she had been defiled, which made him feel very pained. But on second thought, even if this was the case, so what? He was just looking for a plaything, not a wife. If he was not happy in the future, he could just throw her away, so he smiled and said, "Miss, do you want to abandon your young master and follow me? If you are willing to follow this young master guarantees that you will safely leave this great cosmological realm and have a bright future." As soon as this was said, Yu was still smiling, but the expression of the guard who spoke before changed and he moved closer to the young man and whispered, "Young master, it is best not to provoke this woman." "Why?" The young man was puzzled. The guard said, "From her aura, this lowly one is at least a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator." He could not see his specific cultivation, but he could not be mistaken. How is that possible? The young man was also taken aback. No matter how idle he was, he knew what middle-grade heaven-opening cultivators represented. He did not dare to believe it because Yu had clearly said that she was just a maid. What kind of person could use a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator as a maid? Even he only had 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening cultivators as servants, so could the owner of this mansion be more powerful than him? The guard slowly shook his head with a dignified expression. The young man sneered, "So what if she is a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator? Does she dare to touch me?" Although he said this, he did not dare to look at Yu so unscrupulously. The guard turned his head and cupped his fists. "Please forgive us, miss. We come from Qingming Blessed Land, so miss must have heard of it." Qingming Blessed Land. Yu's expression turned cold. She had naturally heard of this name before. 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands were the top forces of the 3,000 worlds. Anyone who dared to use the word blessed land in their name was definitely one of the 72 blessed lands. Ordinary people could not provoke them. She had long seen that this group of people had some background, but she did not expect them to be from Qingming blessed land. Moreover, to have 2 heaven-opening cultivators as guards, this young man's status in Qingming blessed land would not be too bad. So it's you from Qingming blessed land. What business do you have here? The second-grade heaven-opening cultivator said, It's like this, my young master is thirsty for talent and heard that the owner of this place is quite strong, so he wants to take him under his command. That's right. The young man nodded. In this world, talents are hard to come by. This young master has taken a fancy to your young master. Call him out to see me. As long as he follows this young master, it won't be a problem to bring him into Qingming blessed land after we leave the Great Void Realm. He had a proud look on his face, believing that no one would refuse such a condition. His expression was extremely strange. Yang Kai was a genius, and now someone wanted to take him under their command. He had never seen such a boastful person in her life. If it were anyone else who said this, she would have broken their legs and driven them away, but these people in front of her were from Qingming blessed land, so He could not make a move. Otherwise, it would be causing trouble for Yang Kai, and it would be a disaster outside the Great Void Realm. Chapter 40-28. My young master is currently in retreat. Why don't you all go back first and wait for young master to come out? He inquired. The young man replied, Just call him out. I'm afraid it won't be convenient. He slowly shook her head. The young man looked annoyed. What's so inconvenient about it? This young master coming to see him in person is his honor. How dare he not give me face? He sneered lightly and gradually lost her patience. She was afraid of the azure darkness paradise and not this profligate young master before her, so how could she possibly take his threats seriously? This fellow had spoken rudely time and time again, and if he really infuriated her, then what harm would there be in bashing him up? The guard who spoke before leaned forward and whispered a few words in the young man's ear. The young man frowned and his face became gloomy for a while before he said with a displeased expression, Fine, this young master will be staying in the largest inn here. If your young master comes out of seclusion later, call him to come see me. He nodded lightly, Okay. The young man glanced at He again, slowly shook his head, sighed, and left with his people. He turned her head, looked not far away, and said with a smile, Is Master Chen here? Chen Tianfei was standing not far away and did not hide his whereabouts, so He naturally could see him. The fat on his face piled up and his eyes narrowed into slits as he moved his obese body to the front of the mansion, cupped his fists, and greeted, Seventh Master. Turning his head to look in the direction of the young man, he asked, Who is this? He replied, He said he's from Qingming blessed land, but who knows if he's telling the truth. Chen Tianfei nodded. A mere Emperor Realm Master can have 2 heaven splitters as guards. Even if he's not from Qingming blessed land, I'm afraid his background is not small. What are they doing here? He covered her mouth and giggled. They said they took a fancy to my young master and wanted to take him under their wing. Don't you think it's funny? Chen Tianfei chuckled. They're really overestimating themselves. How could a freak like Yang Kai submit to others, especially in the Great Void Boundary? Having seen his power with his own eyes, Chen Tianfei felt that no one in the Great Void Boundary was his opponent, unless they outnumbered him or arranged a spirit array in advance. Changing the topic, Chen Tianfei asked, Where is the 6th head? Headmaster Chen also came to look for young master. He had a regretful expression on her face. That's really unfortunate. Young master is currently in closed-door cultivation. Chen Tianfei was taken aback. He wondered why Yang Kai was in seclusion when he had just returned from Origin Magnet Mountain. He nodded and said, Then it's the same to tell 7th boss. He said, Come in and talk. After all, they were all from Crimson Star, and it was not appropriate to keep them outside. Moreover, he also wanted to know Chen Tianfei's intentions for coming here. After inviting him into the guest hall, Chen Yu served him tea. Chen Tianfei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was nothing more than Yang Kai causing trouble in Yuan Ci Mountain, which put a lot of pressure on Kaixing. Lei Guang had already sent people to condemn Kaixing and demanded an explanation. Otherwise, they would do this and that. He also explained in detail to Yu He how terrifying Sword Pavilion was. In short, he wanted young Kai to be more restrained when he went out in the future. Since he was Kaixing's sixth head, he should consider things from Kaixing's perspective. Yu He naturally feigned civility and said that she would pass on young Kai's words after he came out of seclusion. Since he could not see young Kai, Chen Tianfei had no choice but to take his leave. After sending Chen Tianfei away, Yu He turned her head and reminded Chen Yu that if anyone came to knock on the door again, no matter who it was, they were not to be received. Chen Yu nodded repeatedly. Inside the secret room, young Kai's consciousness was immersed in the Dao Seal, feeling the wood and fire elements within. The vitality of the wood elemental power and the violent and domineering power of the fire elemental power. Faintly, he seemed to have comprehended something, but there was still something missing. It was as if there was a thin film in front of him that blocked his vision. This kind of feeling made his heart ache. Although he understood that as long as he pierced through this thin film, he would be able to see another world, he was powerless. Young Kai also knew that things like opportunities could not be forced, so he could only let nature take its course, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm and clear of all distracting thoughts. Days passed by. On this day, Yu He, who had nothing to do and was chatting with Chen Yu, suddenly frowned and turned her head to look outside. Chen Yu asked, "What's wrong?" After all, her strength was lower and she did not notice anything unusual, but looking at Yu He's expression, it was obvious that something had happened. Yu He sneered, "A little mouse has broken in." Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and could not help feeling surprised. Who would be so bold as to break into someone else's mansion? Moreover, this mansion was protected by a spirit array, so if an ordinary person wanted to enter, they would have to break through the spirit array. However, she did not feel any energy fluctuations at all. In other words, this person must be extremely proficient in spirit arrays, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so stealthy. "You wait here, I'll go take a look," Yu He said, and her delicate figure disappeared in a flash. A moment later, Chen Yu felt a burst of energy fluctuations that were not too violent erupting somewhere in the mansion, but it quickly calmed down. After a dozen breaths, Yu He walked in with a person in her hand and casually threw him on the ground. Chen Yu looked over in surprise, only to see that this person had a fair complexion and some baby fat on his face. He was not tall and was a clean little fatty. Just by looking at his face, he should be a very amiable person, so Chen Yu really could not figure out why such a person would break into someone else's mansion. "Auntie, let me tell you, just because I allowed myself to be captured doesn't mean I can't beat you. I just don't want to fight with a woman." The little fatty got up and straightened his clothes. Although he was captured here, he did not panic at all. "Auntie." Yu He raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and a cold light flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. The little fatty shrank his head and suddenly seemed to think of something, quickly gritting his teeth and saying, "Big sister." Yu He snorted coldly, "At least you know what's good for you." The little fatty sighed in his heart. He thought that his master was right. No matter what kind of woman she was, she would always care about her age and the way others addressed her. One must always be careful when talking to women. It was not uncommon for a single word to turn into an enemy. After understanding this, the little fatty cupped his fists and said, "Big sister, may I ask where the owner of this place is? Why are you looking for him?" Yu He glanced over. Regardless of whether this little fatty had broken into this place or not, his face was very amiable, and it was impossible for one to feel any disgust when looking at him. The little fatty smiled slightly, appearing unfathomable, give him an opportunity, and ask for some benefits at the same time. Opportunity? His expression was strange as she looked him up and down. "You can't be thinking of saying that you came from some paradise and want to take the owner of this place under your command, right?" The little fatty was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if he wants to enter my sect, it will depend on whether he has the aptitude and ability. If he doesn't, he will never be able to enter." He asked curiously, "Is your sect very strict when it comes to accepting people?" The little fatty nodded solemnly. It meant that it was not a normal kind of strict. Where is your sect? Yuhi asked with a smile. Divine Cauldron Heaven, the little fatty replied indifferently. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and Yuhi's laughter also stopped. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at the little fatty in a daze, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Divine Cauldron Heaven, that was one of the 36 paradises, the most powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Previously, when a hedonistic young master from Qingming Blessed Land came, they thought that he had a strong background, but who knew that there would be someone with an even stronger background? Yuhi was just casually ridiculing him, and she did not expect him to really come from a paradise. She could not help but ask solemnly, "What proof do you have?" The little fatty rubbed his chest for a moment, then raised his hand and took out a pitch-black token, placing it in front of Yuhi. The token had a name engraved on it, Shu Zhen. This name should be the little fatty's name. Shu Zhen flipped the token over, and on the back of the token, a divine cauldron with an ancient aura entered Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi was shocked. This was really the Divine Cauldron Heaven's disciple token. Although she had never seen it before, under the perception of her divine sense, she could clearly sense that there was a huge divine technique hidden inside the token that could destroy the heavens and earth. Normally, the elite disciples of the paradises would have such an identity token. This token was not only a symbol of their identity, but also a life-saving divine technique bestowed by their master. This could not be faked. Yuhi thought that even if she was outside, with her 5th stage heaven-splitting cultivation, if she faced the divine technique in this token, she would definitely die. The person who left behind the divine technique in this token was definitely a high-stage heaven-splitting cultivator. With such a background, whether this little fatty Shu Zhen came from Divine Cauldron Heaven or not, his identity would not be too bad. There was no need for him to pretend to be a disciple of another sect. Chen Yu and Yuhi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. So it's a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Please excuse my rudeness. Yuhi's attitude couldn't help but become more polite. It was fine if she didn't know the other party's identity, but now that she knew, etiquette was still necessary. Elder sister, don't mind me. I came uninvited and offended the dignity of the master of this place. Chen Zhen laughed and said amiably, without the slightest bit of arrogance of a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Yuhi clicked her tongue in wonder. She had seen many cultivator of Divine Cauldron Heaven before, and which one of them didn't have their eyes on the top of their heads? This was the first time she saw someone like Shu Zhen, so she couldn't help but feel a little curious. After pondering for a moment, Yuhi said, "You said just now that you're here to give an opportunity to my young master and ask for some benefits at the same time?" "That's right. Can you elaborate?" Yuhi asked. The little fatty immediately became a little embarrassed. He rubbed his 2 fat hands and said with a flattering expression, "It's like this, elder sister. I heard that the master of this place obtained many 6th stage divine origin magnet stones. Moreover, all the divine origin magnet stones produced in the entire divine origin magnet mountain were taken away by him, so I wanted to ask him for a piece." Saying so, the little fatty even used a few fingers to pinch lightly, indicating that he only wanted a little and definitely not a lot. Chapter 40-29. Yuhi said, "Are you kidding?" Even if he was a disciple of the heavenly abode, this kind of request was a little too rude. How precious was a 6th grade item? Asking for it without even the slightest bit of friendship, wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? "It's not a joke, it's not a joke." Shu Zhen hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I also know how precious a 6th grade divine origin magnet stone is. As the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort, so I definitely won't ask for it for free. If he can give me a 6th grade divine origin magnet stone, I will give him an opportunity that will definitely make it worth it." "What opportunity?" Yuhi asked. If it was someone else who said this, Yuhi might not necessarily believe it, but this little fatty had a strong background, so there was no harm in listening. Unexpectedly, the little fatty smiled and waved his hand. I can't say. Whether this matter succeeds or not, I will know when I see the owner of this place. Young master is in seclusion and will not see guests for the time being." The little fatty blinked and said somewhat helplessly, "Then when will he come out of seclusion?" It's hard to say. Yuhi slowly shook her head. She didn't even know why young Kai was in seclusion, so how could she know when he would come out? The little fatty couldn't help but scratch his head. In his expectations, after entering this place and seeing young Kai, he would probably not refuse to tell him his intentions. But now, he couldn't even see young Kai's face, which was a little worrying. Sister, can I wait for him here? Shuzhen turned to look at Yuhi and asked seriously. Yuhi pondered for a moment and nodded, yes. In any case, apart from young Kai who was in seclusion, there was only her, Chen Yu, and a few people from the Great Moon Prefecture left in this mansion. The rest were some weak maidservants, so letting Shuzhen stay here was not a big deal. Moreover, Yuhi also wanted to know whether this little fatty was from the divine cauldron heaven. Shuzhen was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Thank you, sister. Yuhi covered her mouth. You have a sweet mouth. She tilted her head and signaled to Chen Yu, find him a guest room. Chen Yu nodded and called Shuzhen, come with me. The next day, a scorching hot energy suddenly erupted from somewhere in the mansion. Yuhi was startled as she sensed that it was Meng Hong. Her figure flickered as she immediately rushed over. But when they arrived, they found that young Kai was already there. It was obvious that the commotion here had alarmed him, so he quickly came to investigate. Meng Hong had spent close to a month to obtain the rank 5 true sun flame. Only today did he succeed in condensing it. The fire elemental energy flowed endlessly in the Dao seal in his body. However, he was unable to control it freely. Previously, he had only condensed a rank 3 true sun flame. Now that it had increased by 2 ranks, he was not used to it. The explosion of power just now was because he wanted to test his strength. In the end, he was careless and almost burned down the mansion. Congratulations, Brother Meng. Young Kai smiled. Meng Hong got up, his body surging with fire elemental energy. He was still unable to control his own fire elemental energy, so he cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. Meng Hong thanks Brother Yang for your kindness. This kindness is equivalent to giving me a new life. I will never forget it. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, breaking and rebuilding is your own decision. I only provided you with a set of materials. Brother Meng, you are too polite. Meng Hong slowly shook his head. If I hadn't seen Brother Yang's invincible might, this Meng wouldn't have known the vastness of the martial Dao. If I can open the heavens in the future, it will be all thanks to Brother Yang. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. All right, you too. Meng Hong, you have just condensed fire elemental energy, so you should stabilize it first. Meng Hong nodded and said, I was thinking the same thing. While they were talking, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. Oh, rank 5 true sun flame, not bad, not bad. Yang Kai and Meng Hong both turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw a little fatty with a fair complexion walking over, sizing up Meng Hong with interest. You are. Meng Hong didn't understand. Yang Kai was also at a loss. Who was this little fatty? Why hadn't he seen him before? Yuhi said, Young master, I forgot to tell you, I'll do it myself. The little fatty smiled and interrupted Yuhi. He walked straight to young Kai and looked up at him. He cupped his fists and said, Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple Shuzhen greets Brother Yang. Young Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Meng Hong also lost his voice. Divine Cauldron Heaven? As his emotions fluctuated, a scorching flame burst out from his body. Fortunately, the people around him were not ordinary people. Although the might of this grade 5 Grand Sun primordial flame was extraordinary, it could not hurt them. However, Meng Hong panicked and quickly held his breath, retracting his power. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself that he should quickly go into seclusion. At the very least, he had to be able to control the fire elemental energy freely. Otherwise, he would accidentally hurt his own people. That's right. The little fatty nodded with a smile. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yuhi. His eyes were clearly asking, is it true? Yuhi replied with an expression, most likely. After all, she had seen the token before and verified Shuzhen's identity. So it's a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Sorry for not recognizing you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Brother Yang, Please forgive me for coming uninvited. Shu Zhen's performance was not annoying. I wonder what Brother Shu has come here for? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Shu Zhen smiled and said, I have told this sister before that I came here to give Brother Yang an opportunity and to ask for some benefits from Brother Yang. However, this sister said that Brother Yang was in seclusion and it was inconvenient to disturb him, so I waited here. Today, I finally got to see Brother Yang come out of seclusion. Opportunity? Benefits? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Shu Zhen said, Can we talk somewhere else? After a while, the other two disciples of Great Moon State also noticed the commotion and came over. Even Chen Yu was watching from afar. There were too many people and it was not a good place to talk. Yang Kai nodded and said, This way, please. He turned his head and said to Yu He, Find another secret room for Brother Meng. Okay. Yu He agreed. Yang Kai led Shu Zhen to the guest hall. Yu He was curious about what Shu Zhen wanted to do, so after hurriedly arranging for Meng Hong, she rushed over as well. However, when she arrived at the guest hall, she did not find anyone. Sweeping the area with her divine sense, she immediately found Yang Kai and quickly arrived in front of a secret room. There, she saw Yang Kai standing outside with an expectant look on his face while Shu Zhen was nowhere to be seen. Where is little fatty? Yu He asked. Yang Kai pointed to the secret room and said, Inside. What is he doing inside? Yu He was puzzled. Are you done talking? Yang Kai nodded. What did you talk about so quickly? Yu He was a little speechless. She had specifically rushed over to listen. He said that he wanted to ask for a 6th grade Divine Essence Magnet Stone. Yes, I have already agreed to give it to him. Yang Kai nodded. This guy is quite powerful. If he wants that Divine Essence Magnet Stone, he must condense the power of the metal element. Those who could condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang with 6th grade materials were definitely not bad, or even extremely good. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the impact of 6th grade materials on the Dao Seal. Meng Hong was the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a particularly powerful force, in terms of aptitude, Meng Hong was definitely the first person in the Great Moon Prefecture. With his ability, the limit was 5th grade, and there was a risk of failure. However, Shu Zhen's goal was 6th grade, which showed the gap between them. In other words, Shu Zhen definitely wanted to achieve 6th grade splitting heaven. As for the Divine Essence Magnet Stones on the Divine Essence Magnet Mountain, all the 6th grade materials had been taken by Yang Kai, so he had no other choice but to come to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also glad that he had taken away all the 6th grade divine stones that day. Otherwise, he might have missed this opportunity. Shu Zhen's uninvited appearance had solved a huge problem for him. If this matter was successful, he would have another great weapon in his hands in the future. Are all the disciples of the blessed and heavenly lands so amazing? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. If this was true, then wouldn't the blessed and heavenly lands be filled with middle-grade and high-grade splitting heaven stones? Yu He said, how is that possible? This Shu Zhen can condense 6th grade strength, so he must be a top figure in the blessed and heavenly lands. However, although the blessed and heavenly lands are not as exaggerated as you think, I heard that official disciples need to condense 3rd grade splitting heaven at the very least. Those below 3rd grade will be expelled or forced to serve as servants or guards. TSK, that's terrifying enough. Yang Kai shook his head. The blessed and heavenly lands had such high requirements that they completely abandoned 3rd grade splitting heaven stones and below. Over the years, perhaps only they knew how deep their foundation was. What can he help you with? You actually gave him a 6th grade divine stone. Yu He was very surprised by this. Previously, she had also asked Shu Zhen what kind of opportunity he could give Yang Kai, but that little fatty refused to say no matter what. This made her very helpless, and she wanted nothing more than to kick him to death. In any case, it's more than worth it. Yang Kai chuckled. If you have nothing to do, keep an eye on him. If there's any movement, immediately call me. Oh, Yang Kai went into seclusion again. This time, he had only come out to investigate because he had been alarmed by the commotion caused by Meng Hong. Since he had confirmed that Meng Hong was fine, and he had also discussed a matter with Xu Zhen, he naturally had to return to seclusion. As for Xu Zhen, he could keep an eye on him. Although the disciples of the divine cauldron heaven had extraordinary foundations, he was still a 5th-grade splitting heaven stone, so keeping an eye on him was not a problem. With a few words from young Kai, he obediently stood guard in front of the secret chamber, and she had no complaints or regrets. Although she was very curious about what Xu Zhen was doing inside, and what he had discussed with young Kai, the secret chamber was protected by a formation, so she did not dare to casually disturb it. Suddenly, 10 days later, everything was calm and peaceful. Chen Tianfei had been living quite comfortably these past few days. The Crimson Star originally had 7 heads, but the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had been killed by Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai and he had immediately replaced them, the two of them did not seem to care much about the matters of the Crimson Star, and only cared about themselves. The remaining Bei Yushan had brute force but no brains. Madame Qin did not care about worldly affairs and only cared about music. The Ouyang brothers were smart and capable, but unfortunately, they often went into seclusion. Now that the great leader did not come out, the entire Crimson Star could be said to be under Chen Tianfei's control. He was not the great leader, but he was better than the great leader. With great power in his hands, he naturally felt good. Chapter 40-30. In his own mansion, Chen Tianfei was lying on a chair. Behind him, 2 maidservants were gently fanning themselves. Beside him, a soft and fragrant body was pressed against his fat. Her slender fingers were pinching a spirit fruit that looked like a grape. She carefully peeled the skin and seeds before putting it into Chen Tianfei's mouth. "Master, I'll have to trouble you with Xing Chen's matter." Ever since Zhao Stars had offended Yang Kai and been stripped of his position as junior commander, he had been unable to recover from the setback and had been hanging around in restaurants and brothels all day long. Zhao Xingchen's sister naturally felt sorry for him. She wanted to persuade Chen Tianfei to promote Zhao Xingchen to a junior commander again. Chen Tianfei sighed, Shangxin. If that Yang Kai doesn't die, how am I supposed to Shangxin? Xing Chen had eyes but failed to see and offended the noble lady. Just stripping him of his position as commander is already a kind gesture. The woman refused to comply. "Old master, you still have the final say in Kaixing now, shut up." Chen Tianfei's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and glared at Zhao Star's sister. "Woman, don't you know that trouble comes from careless talk? You're just spouting nonsense." Although he held great power now, there was still the headmaster above him. If the headmaster really heard this, he would be accused of being unjust. He didn't know what the headmaster would think of him then. His scolding made the woman's eyes water. Chen Tianfei doted on this concubine the most and couldn't bear it. He comforted her and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the limelight to die down." The woman wiped her eyes. "How long do we have to wait? I can wait, but I'm afraid that Stars can't. You've seen how he is. Jade can't be made into anything without being cut. This may be an opportunity for Stars." Chen Tianfei's narrowed eyes were overflowing with light. "What's more, we won't have to wait for long. At most, we'll just have to wait until he leaves the great cosmological realm. That Yang Kai may be domineering in the great cosmological realm, but is only an emperor realm master after all. Once he leaves the great cosmological realm, what can he do?" When the woman heard this, she sighed in her heart. Knowing that there was no way to persuade him, she gritted her teeth with resentment and said, "This damn Yang Kai, of all places to run wild, he just had to come to Kaixing." Chen Tianfei also smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze as he looked up into the sky. At first, his expression was a little puzzled, but then his squinted eyes slowly widened. After only 3 breaths, his face was full of shock, and his fat body suddenly stood up. "What's wrong, master?" The woman was puzzled. After all, she was not very strong. Compared to her brother, Zhao Xingxing, she was only slightly stronger. Although she followed Chen Tianfei's line of sight, she did not see anything. "Something's happened." Chen Tianfei shouted in a low voice and quickly took out his communication bead. While contacting the other masters of the Red Star sect, He strode out and instructed, "Stay at home and don't run around. Open all the spirit arrays." The woman was startled, realizing that something terrible must have happened, otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have issued such a warning. She quickly contacted her brother, Zhao Xingxing, and asked him to come to her place to take refuge. However, she was still puzzled. What had happened that would cause Chen Tianfei to act like he was facing a great enemy? In Star City, some of the heaven-opening boundary masters passing by seemed to notice this and raised their heads to look into the distance, their expressions changing. At this moment, with a rumbling sound, a transparent protective array suddenly appeared around the periphery of the Star City. It instantly enveloped the entire Star City. There were at least 7 or 8 layers of the seemingly sturdy protective array. The others, who had not noticed the changes in the Star City before, all stopped and looked up, not understanding why Kaixing's grand protective array had been activated. Once this kind of spirit array was activated, it would definitely consume a lot of precious treasures. Unless it was a critical moment, it would not be activated. On the street, the crowd was bustling with activity, all of them talking at once. "What is Kaixing doing? Why did they activate the spirit array?" someone asked, puzzled. With the spirit array activated, there must be a strong enemy attacking. If not, why would they do this? Strong enemy? What kind of strong enemy does Kaixing have in the great cosmological realm? Could it be another beast tide? The person who spoke had a pale face. The great cosmological realm had been open for a long time, and many people had encountered beast tides during this time. There were many vicious beasts in the great cosmological realm, and all of them were extremely powerful. Many places where cultivators gathered were flattened by beast tides, resulting in countless casualties. Therefore, the cultivator in the great cosmological realm paled at the mention of beast tides. "It's not a beast tide, look over there." Someone's voice trembled as he pointed in a direction. Looking in that direction, everyone could not help but narrow their eyes. In that direction, numerous streaks of light were rushing towards them with menacing momentum. The leading streak of light was filled with wanton sword chi. It was actually many sword lights. Sword Pavilion. It's people from Sword Pavilion. Someone saw through the commotion and shouted. "How can there be so many people from Sword Pavilion? Did you see wrongly?" Everyone in Star City knew that there were not many people from Sword Pavilion. At this moment, there were more than 2,000 to 3,000 streaks of light coming from that direction. This was definitely not a number that Sword Pavilion could have. The one leading is definitely Sword Pavilion, but I don't know who the people behind are. Could it be that Sword Pavilion is here for Kaixing's 6th head? I heard that dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples died because of him in the Origin Magnet Mountain. Didn't they say that it was done by Di Tian's people? It was Di Tian's Ding Yi who killed them, but if Kaixing's 6th head hadn't released the Origin Magnet Divine Light at the critical moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation wouldn't have been broken, and those dozens of disciples wouldn't have died tragically. I was there at that time and saw it clearly. That 6th head was laughing maniacally and said that he was going to give Sword Pavilion a big gift. So that's how it is. If the one leading is Sword Pavilion, then the rest are from Thunder Light Sect. It can't be wrong. Thunder Light Sect seems to have a deep enmity with Head Yang. I heard that even leader Bi Jian died in his hands. Kaixing is finished this time. The 3 major forces of Star City had coexisted for thousands of years. Although there were some conflicts between them, they were just small fights and didn't hurt their foundation. But today, in the great cosmological realm, because of one person, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had joined forces and aggressively came to punish them. How could Kaixing stop them? Was the situation that had not changed for thousands of years going to change in the great cosmological realm? Seeing that a storm was about to break out, some cultivator already had the idea of leaving this place to lie low for a while, but with the protective array activated, they couldn't get out at all. For a time, they all gathered in front of the city gate, shouting endlessly, and the scene was chaotic. "We're in trouble. Our new 6th head has caused trouble for Kaixing," a Kaixing disciple said bitterly. "Where are Head Chen and the others? The protective array has been activated. Head Chen and the others must have known the situation and are probably discussing countermeasures at this moment. Amidst the clamor, the densely packed lights had arrived in front of Star City. When the lights dissipated, nearly 3,000 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 3,000 people didn't say a word, but a boundless pressure descended from the sky, and the entire Star City instantly fell silent. In front of the 3,000 people, 5 figures stood quietly, each with a powerful aura. Standing there, they gave off a great pressure. Someone recognized that the 5 people were the leaders of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect. Sword Pavilion had 3 people, Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui. Thunder Light Sect had 2 people, Zhu Li, and Long Tai. All of them were at the 4th stage and above, and Zhong Fan was even at the 5th stage. Sure enough, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had joined forces. Sword Pavilion had dispatched more than 300 people this time, which was already 20% to 30% of Sword Pavilion's foundation. The entire Sword Pavilion only had a little more than 1,000 people. As for Thunder Light Sect, they had probably left some disciples to guard the gate and had already turned out in full force. With such a lineup, they obviously hadn't come for a casual stroll. Putting aside the people from the Thunder Light Sect, the 300 people from the Sword Pavilion were the cornerstone. Previously, on the Origin Magnet Mountain, a few dozen people from the Sword Pavilion had already caused Di Tian's camp to be in a mess. If these 300 people were to form a sword formation, no one would be able to imagine how terrifying their might would be. It was probably possible to flatten the entire Star City. In the sky above the mansion, Yuhi floated in the air with a frown. She had also realized that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people had definitely come to take revenge on Yang Kai, but she hadn't expected that these 2 forces would actually be so bold as to mobilize so many people just for Yang Kai. Was there a need for this? Yang Kai was currently in seclusion, so he probably didn't know anything about the outside world. Yuhi was considering whether to inform Yang Kai, but on second thought, this fellow's space divine technique was strange and unfathomable, allowing him to teleport tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people were numerous, if he was determined to escape, he wouldn't be in any danger. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people were probably going to return in disappointment after coming here in high spirits. Thinking of this, Yuhi landed in the courtyard. There was nothing to worry about. However, the 2 disciples from Great Moon Prefecture and Chen Yu who had received the news hurried over and looked at her nervously. It's fine, go do what you need to do. Yuhi casually dismissed them. The 3 of them were speechless. In Chen Tianfei's mansion, Zhao Xingxing had already rushed over. He had a drunk expression and his face was a little pale. He grabbed the arm of the woman in a panic. Sister, where did brother-in-law go? Tell him to bring us away quickly. Why are you escaping? The woman shook off Zhao Xingxing's hand and threw him to the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why should we escape? Look at how drunk you are." Zhao Xingxing said in a panic, "Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people are already here. If we don't escape now, we won't have another chance." The woman snorted, "Are they here for you?" Zhao Xingxing shook his head in a daze. The woman said again, "Then who do you think they are looking for?" Zhao Xingxing was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes lit up. "Sister, you mean," the woman sneered, "every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Naturally, they will look for whoever killed their people. After all, Kaixing is not a pushover. As long as Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect can achieve their goal, why would they rashly start a war with Kaixing?" Chapter 4031. You're right, elder sister. Zhao Xingxing nodded again and again, his drunkenness instantly dissipating as his eyes lit up. Then, what does brother-in-law mean? The woman shook her head. I don't know what your brother-in-law means. He didn't say anything before leaving. What's more, a woman like me can't care so much. I only know that Kaixing won't abandon his foundation for a single person. Zhao Xingxing clapped his hands. I understand. Turning his head to look in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, he grinned sinisterly. Surnamed Yang, let's see if you die now. It was as if he could already see the scene of Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion cutting Yang Kai into pieces. At this moment, after experiencing the initial tranquility, Star City was once again in turmoil. Although there were Crimson Star disciples to maintain order, how could they manage everything? Everywhere in Star City, there was an endless clamor. Everyone was clamoring for Crimson Star to open up the great defensive array and let the scattered cultivators leave. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's 3,000 people were shrouded in darkness. If they really fought, the entire star market would be affected. At that time, wouldn't they suffer an unexpected calamity? But how could Kai Xing open the protective array so easily? Before thoroughly understanding Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's intentions, rashly opening the protective array was tantamount to suicide. This protective array was Kai Xing's last line of defense. Within the discussion hall, Chen Tianfei and the other leaders were all badly battered, whereas Madame Qin, who'd always been calm and composed, had lost the interest to play the zither at this moment. Her beautiful brows were knit together tightly as she sat there, and she seemed like a resentful wife that had been abandoned by her husband for many years. The entire hall could be described as a gloomy atmosphere. What should we do now? What do you all think? Chen Tianfei turned to look at the others. Bei Yushan's face was filled with anger. This Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect don't put my Crimson Star in their eyes. I suggest we gather all the disciples and fight them to the death. Let them know that my Crimson Star is not easy to bully. Fuck your mother's bullshit. Chen Tianfei couldn't hold back and cursed. Sometimes, he really wanted to smash open this guy's head and see what he was thinking. Why was his way of thinking so different? Ouyang Lai frowned. What did First Head say? Chen Tianfei slowly shook his head. I have already sent a message to First Head, but I don't know if he is at a critical juncture in seclusion or not. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but frown. At this time, if the Great Master didn't appear, it would be very difficult for them. Ouyang Bing said, it could also be that the First Master feels that this matter isn't the right time to decide the fate of Crimson Star. After all, it wasn't Crimson Star that provoked Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, but that guy. Chen Tianfei said, that may be the case, but he is the sixth head of the Crimson Star. His words and actions represent the Crimson Star. Whatever he does outside is already marked by the Crimson Star. Ouyang Bing said, no matter what, we still need to figure out the intentions of Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang before we make any plans. Calm. His voice was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Although it was not loud, it was deafening. Everyone in the star market could hear it clearly. This was trying to be polite before resorting to force. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had joined forces, a total of 3,000 people. If they really wanted to forcefully attack this star market, then even the defensive spirit array would be useless. However, Yang Kai had still shouted out, which undoubtedly confirmed the speculations of many people. Kai Xing was not a pushover. If Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect rashly started a war, it would only end with both sides suffering losses. Inside the hall, Chen Tianfei and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, Chen Tianfei's expression froze. He took out a communication bead and said with joy, it's a message from the chief. Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan all looked over. Chen Tianfei used his divine sense to scan the area and quickly replied. Madame Qin's lips parted slightly as she softly asked, what did First Head say? Chen Tianfei put away the communication bead and said, First Head said that he will let us handle this matter and that he will not intervene. What did that mean? The several heads were confused. Just at this moment, Zhong Fan repeated what he said just now. However, this time, he was slightly impatient. Madame Qin sighed, no matter what, let's go meet him first. Damn that bastard, he actually wants me, Kai Xing, to clean up after him, Ouyang Lai cursed angrily. Compared to Ouyang Bing, his temper was much more irritable. When Zhong Fan shouted for the third time, 5 figures rose from the center of Star City and quickly flew out to greet him. It's Kai Xing's heads. Someone shouted loudly. They've finally come out. If they hadn't come out, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect would have attacked. Another person secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If the situation really developed to this point, no one would be able to escape unscathed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Tianfei and the others flew to 1,000 feet away from Zhong Fan, separated by 7 or 8 layers of defensive arrays. Chen Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands repeatedly. So it's the heads of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Zhong Fan remained calm and collected while Qiu Qingyun's cold gaze swept over them as if he was looking for something, but in the end, he couldn't find anything and couldn't help but snort coldly. Chen Tianfei didn't feel embarrassed that he was being ignored because he knew that they had come in anger. Didn't they see their enemy and not give them a cold shoulder? He still smiled and said, "May I know why you're here?" Qiu Qingyun sneered, "Don't you know why we're here? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Chen Tianfei chuckled dryly and lowered his head to look down. He sighed in his heart and sent a voice transmission to Zhong Fan with his divine sense. No one knew what he said, but Zhong Fan nodded slightly and said sparingly, "Okay." He then turned to Qiu Qingyun and the others and said, "All of you wait here." Chen Tianfei cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Brother Zhong." After saying this, he turned to a certain place and shouted, "Open the array." Moments later, a crack appeared in the defensive array and Zhong Fan stepped out into the Star City. After he entered, the crack in the defensive array closed again, isolating the Sword Pavilion and the Thunder Light Sect's experts from the outside. The crowd below was in an uproar. Master Zhong actually went to the meeting alone? Sure enough, the strong are bold. A 5th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator is no joke. If Crimson Star's first head doesn't appear, who can overshadow Master Zhong? That's true. After Zhong Fan entered, Chen Tianfei excused himself from Qiu Qingyun and the others before leading Zhong Fan to the conference hall. Obviously, he was going to have a detailed discussion with Zhong Fan there. In Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi saw this scene and rolled her eyes. She turned around and instructed the 2 disciples of Great Moon Prefecture and Chen Yu behind her, "Pack your things and get ready to run." With Sword Pavilions and Thunder Light Sect's armies pressuring her, there was no way Kai Xing would be able to withstand such pressure. Abandoning Yang Kai was the wisest choice, and with her sharp mind, she immediately saw through this and immediately ordered Chen Yu and the others to make preparations. "I'll go call first, brother." One of the disciples of Great Moon Prefecture hurriedly walked towards Meng Hong's place of seclusion. "I have nothing to pack." Chen Yu shook her head. Several Crimson Star's heads and Zhong Fan entered the conference hall. Although many people were curious about what they would discuss, they really couldn't find out. Probably no one knew except for those few heads. In just 10 minutes, Zhong Fan soared into the sky. When he stood in the air, he glanced coldly at Yang Kai's mansion and just happened to meet Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi smiled sweetly at him with a charming expression. "Bit." Zhong Fan snorted coldly and transformed into a ray of sword light that charged out. If it wasn't for him being afraid of Yuhi, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he would have directly charged into the mansion and captured Yang Kai. But even though he was also at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Yuhi. Not to mention that this was the Great Void Realm, so he couldn't exert his full strength. Once someone helped him, he would definitely be defeated and flee. So after weighing the pros and cons, he could only retreat for now. A gap opened in the grand formation to allow Zhong Fan to leave. Zhu Li came over and asked, "How was it?" Zhong Fan said indifferently, "What else?" "As I expected, they abandoned the rook to save the king. Crimson Star abandoned that Yang Kai." Luo Qingyun said, "Since that's the case, why didn't they close this damn formation and let me kill that bastard?" Zhong Fan said, "They were naturally afraid that we would seize the opportunity to annihilate them." He waved his hand and said, "It's natural for them to have such concerns. How could Crimson Star not be on guard against our joint forces?" Luo Qingyun frowned, "But if that bastard keeps hiding inside and doesn't come out, are we just going to wait and do nothing?" "Of course not." Chen Tianfei said that he would think of a way to force that brat out. "He only asked us to retreat immediately after achieving our goal." "Retreat?" Luo Qingyun sneered, "In his dreams. We mobilized so many people this time. How can killing just one person appease the hatred in my heart? Since that bastard is Crimson Star's man, Crimson Star should pay the price." Di Tian and Ding Yi also have to die for daring to offend the dignity of Sword Pavilion. Lu Shui said softly, how will Crimson Star force him out? What if he refuses to come out no matter what? Zhong Fan glanced at her, he will come out. It's not like we don't have any bargaining chips. Lu Shui understood and nodded silently. Silence was sometimes a kind of pressure. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light sects 3,000 people besieged Star City. Although they didn't do anything and didn't say a word, it made the people in Star City feel uneasy. Amidst this turbulent situation, a piece of news quickly spread through Star City. Yang Kai didn't obtain the position of Crimson Star's sixth head legitimately. He didn't obtain the first head's approval at all. He had seized the position through schemes and tricks. On that day, he had ambushed Poison Matriarch and Gan Hong and used despicable means to coerce Chen Tianfei and the others to take the position of sixth head. The first head, who was in seclusion, didn't know anything about this and had never acknowledged his identity as the sixth head. His words and actions didn't represent Crimson Star at all. Chapter 4032. In other words, this so-called sixth young master of Kaixing was just Yang Kai blowing his own trumpet and had never been recognized by Kaixing. At first, this news was only spread among a few people, but it soon spread to the entire Star City. It had only been half an hour, so it was impossible to say that there was no one behind this. For a time, many people looked at Yang Kai's mansion with pity, knowing that this sixth young master had been abandoned by Kaixing. Not many people believed this rumor. If this was true, why did Kaixing not deny it before? Why did he release such a statement when Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's army was pressing in? Obviously, he didn't want to be implicated by Yang Kai. This was understandable. It was a wise move to abandon the rook to save the king. What's more, Yang Kai had only been the sixth young master for a few days. He didn't even have a foundation in Kaixing, so who would protect his interests and safety at this time? Although they understood, at this time, no one stood up for an irrelevant person. Instead, they complained about Yang Kai. If he hadn't caused trouble outside, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect wouldn't have made such a big fuss, implicating outsiders like them in this Star City. They didn't know if Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect would force their way in, and what would happen to them if that happened. Complaining in their hearts was normal. Some people had even gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion, shouting that Yang Kai should get out of Star City and that Red Star City did not welcome him. At first, the number of people was not many, but as time passed, more and more people gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, hundreds of people had gathered here, and as time passed, more people arrived. All of them glared at each other and cursed. All of them wanted Yang Kai to leave this place quickly and settle his grievances with Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect outside. They didn't want to implicate innocent people like them. The voices were like a tide, each wave louder than the previous one. Inside the mansion, the two disciples of Great Moon Province and Chen Yu all turned pale and trembled. With this situation, there was still a chance of survival if they hid here, but if they left, how could they survive? Yu, his delicate body was also trembling slightly from anger. She never thought that Kaixing would actually be so despicable and shameless. In order to force Yang Kai to leave Star City, he actually used such a despicable method. With her divine sense, she could naturally detect that there were many Crimson Star disciples in the crowd, adding fuel to the fire. These people must have received instructions from Chen Tianfei and the others, otherwise, how could they dare to act like this? Outside Star City, the gazes of Zhong Fan and the other 4 heaven-opening realm masters gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Long Tai sneered, "This is Kaixing's plan? You want to use these people to force that young guy away? Chen Tianfei and the others are getting worse and worse." Zhu Li muttered, "It's not necessarily ineffective. After all, it's difficult to provoke public anger." Luo Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, "It's not like that bastard hasn't infuriated the masses before." Thinking back to what Yang Kai had done in the Yuan Ci mountain, he felt that it was inconceivable. Even though he was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, he did not dare to do something that offended the interests of everyone, but Yang Kai had done it. It would have been fine if he had done it, but he was still alive and well afterwards. As such, he did not feel that this kind of method would have any effect. He had experienced that guy's madness before. Let's wait for a while. Since Chen Tianfei has already given this king his guarantee, let's see how his methods are. If it really doesn't work out, it won't be too late for us to take action then. In any case, he can't escape here, Zhong Fan said indifferently. Chen Qingyun's eyes flashed as he let out a sinister laugh. That's fine too. It's not bad to slowly enjoy his despair. Somewhere in Star City, Chen Tianfei and the others were hidden in the void, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Orders were silently passed down, and the crowd gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion became more and more agitated. Yang Kai, get out of Star City. You're not welcome here. Yang Kai, are you dead? Solve your own problems. What kind of man are you hiding here? That's right, that's right. Since you're so powerful, why are you afraid of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect? Just go out and fight them to the death. Don't implicate innocent people like us. The crowd was like a tide as they shouted endlessly. Inside the mansion, Yuhi's expression was extremely ugly. Although she knew that many of these people were being used by Kai Xing, it was obvious that they were heartless, which was truly infuriating. Yang Kai, you coward. You have the guts to cause trouble, but you don't have the guts to take responsibility. What if he doesn't come out? Looking at the attitude of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, I'm afraid that they won't be able to wait for long. If they really get angry, they will immediately attack Star City. At that time, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be implicated. If he doesn't come out, we'll fight our way in and drag him out. That's right, everyone, let's do it together. As soon as these words were spoken, a sword light slashed towards Yang Kai's mansion, followed by countless attacks that blotted out the sky. Although the mansion was covered by a large spirit array, it was not a very advanced spirit array after all, so how could it block the fierce attacks of so many people? In just 3 breaths of time, the spirit array shattered. The spirit array has been broken. Everyone, follow me and catch Yang Kai, someone shouted and was the first to rush to the front. Hundreds of people followed closely behind, all of them rushing into the mansion. Yuhi was stunned. She was still hesitating whether to call Yang Kai and inform him of what had happened outside, but before she could make up her mind, the mansion's spirit array had already been broken. Looking up, a group of fierce-looking people holding artifacts rushed in, all of them looking unfriendly. This woman is with Yang Kai, take her down first, we're not afraid that Yang Kai won't show himself. The leader shouted as soon as he saw Yuhi. Yuhi's face suddenly sank. She was a 5th-order heaven-opening realm cultivator, a well-known figure in the outside world, so how could an Emperor Realm Master dare act presumptuously in front of her? But now, someone was actually pointing at her and shouting. In front of Yang Kai, she was very obedient and had always regarded herself as a maidservant, obeying his every word, but that was just a disguise. When had Yang Kai ever seen her true nature? Filled with anger and murderous intent, Yuhi stared at the person who had shouted before and slowly raised her slender finger. At that moment, a dignified roar resounded through the sky, so noisy. As soon as these words fell, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Yuhi, wrapped in a cold aura that could penetrate one's heart, causing one to shudder involuntarily at a glance. Young master. Yuhi quickly lowered her finger, the murderous intent on her face disappearing without a trace, her beautiful eyes glowing brightly as a look of fear appeared on her face, like a child who had been bullied when their master was not at home and finally saw their parents. Although Yang Kai was in retreat to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique, because of the matter with little fatty Shu Zhen, he had not fully activated the spirit array in his room and had instead paid attention to the outside world. After all, this was the first time he had met Shu Zhen, so it was naturally impossible for him to trust him unconditionally. He knew about the people from Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, the turmoil in Star City, and the clamoring outside his mansion, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. But now that even the mansion's spirit array had been broken, he could no longer continue his seclusion. Being forced to appear, Yang Kai was annoyed. He had reached a critical juncture in his seclusion and was about to comprehend something, but now that he had been interrupted at such a critical moment, he naturally wasn't in a good mood. Looking around, the hundreds of thousands of people were densely packed together, almost filling the entire mansion. There were also many people outside who couldn't squeeze in, so they couldn't help but coldly snort. "Is he Yang Kai?" someone asked in a low voice. Many of the people who had rushed in hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face before, so they had been taken advantage of. "It seems so. I finally saw the real deal. I thought I could hide forever." Many people whispered, and some people secretly sized up Yang Kai, but they didn't find anything special about him. They really didn't know how such a person could provoke the major forces of Sword Pavilion to join forces to attack him. On the other hand, those who had clamored to drag out Yang Kai and drive him out of Star City didn't say a word at this moment, all of them looking nervous and quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. These were all Crimson Star's disciples who had secretly acted under Chen Tianfei's orders. Now that they had forced Yang Kai out, their goal had been achieved, so they naturally had to retreat. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his hand, directly grabbing the person in front of him and lifting him into the air. At the same time, he urged his space principles, and in an instant, with him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became viscous and confined. Countless muffled groans rang out, and those who were slightly weaker actually froze on the spot. They only felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on their bodies, as if it was going to crush them into powder. Although those who were slightly stronger were not so weak, it was still difficult for them to move. "Are you the one who took the lead to cause trouble?" Yang Kai coldly looked at the person he was holding in the air and asked indifferently. "No, no," the man replied in a panic, the fear in his heart indescribable. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed several kinds of heaven-splitting strength. In the outside world, he was already a half-step heaven-splitting master and only lacked 2 kinds of strength to break through to the next level, but now that he was imprisoned by Yang Kai, he couldn't even break free. The fierce and pure strength surged into his body, causing his strength to become extremely weak, making it impossible for him to resist. He couldn't help thinking back to the rumors in Star City that Yang Kai had killed Poison Matriarch and Gan Hong with just the strength of an emperor. At that time, he had snorted disdainfully. In the end, a heaven-opening realm master was still a heaven-opening realm master. Even in this special environment, how could Yang Kai kill them? In private, everyone said that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and the words that had just come out of Crimson Star had undoubtedly confirmed this point. Yang Kai had indeed launched a sneak attack. But now, it seemed that the rumors were wrong. With this kind of strength, he really did have the ability to kill heaven-splitting masters. At this critical moment of life and death, the man wept bitterly. "Sixth Master, please spare me." This lowly one was only following orders. "Sixth Master, please spare me." "Sixth Master?" Yang Kai chuckled as he looked in a certain direction, his eyes deep and seemingly able to pierce through space, a mocking expression on his face. Chapter 40-33. On the other side, Chen Tianfei and the others who were hiding in the void all looked nervous. Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp. Although he wasn't very smart, his perception of danger was like that of a wild beast. Under Yang Kai's gaze, Bei Yushan felt as if he had met his natural enemy, and he felt as if he would die in the next moment. The fat on Chen Tianfei's face twitched. Is this a coincidence, or has he already discovered us? The Ouyang brothers' faces were as calm as water, and they did not dare to make a sound for fear of leaking their auras. Fortunately, Yang Kai only glanced at them indifferently before retracting his gaze. He looked at the unfamiliar faces and then looked at the person in his hand. "Isn't it a little too late to call me Sixth Master now?" The power in his hand shook, and the person screamed in pain before exploding into pieces. A mist of blood filled the sky, and the expressions of the many cultivators who had rushed into the mansion changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless as to start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. One had to know that there were many of them, and Yang Kai's actions would undoubtedly cause great turmoil. However, looking at Yang Kai's contemptuous expression, it was as if he did not care at all. For a moment, many people's hearts were in chaos. Under the confinement of the space law, they could feel how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. A Crimson Star disciple shouted in horror, "This lowly one deserves to die, sixth master, please spare my life. Since you deserve to die, then all of you will die." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. When he clapped and pulled his hands, a gigantic moon blade appeared between his hands and slashed out. Without a sound, blood splattered and broken limbs flew. In an instant, the mansion turned into hell. Wherever the moon blade passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Those cultivators who had rushed into the mansion fell like straws in the wind. No one could block the terrifying slash and were cut in half. Those who had strong vitality did not die immediately. They dragged their broken bodies and crawled out, lingering on with their last breaths as they wailed. Wherever they passed, long bloodstains were left behind. It was a ghastly sight. With just one attack, hundreds of people were killed. In the void, the eyelids of Chen Tianfei and the others, who had hidden themselves, twitched violently as their scalps went numb. Even Yu He, who was standing behind Yang Kai, couldn't help but cover her red lips as she looked at the back of the person she thought she was very familiar with. Only now did she realize that this person was actually so unfamiliar. This person was indeed very different from that person. That person was always as gentle as jade, always as warm as the wind. However, the person in front of him could kill people without batting an eyelid. "How dare you do this?" An old cultivator pointed at Yang Kai, bristling with anger. They had only barged into Yang Kai's residence to force him to leave Star City. They didn't want him to implicate others because of his grudge with the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lei Guang. However, Yang Kai had directly killed over 100 of them. How cruel was that? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "What right do you have to tell me what to do?" Scram. With a wave of his sleeve, a surging force sent the old cultivator flying, causing him to explode into a mist of blood in midair. Since these people dared to break through his residence's grand array and trespass, then they had to pay the price for their actions. "Madman, this guy is a madman. Run." Someone shouted and turned around to run. The rest of the crowd also circulated their strength and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai had come out of seclusion in anger and killed over 100 people with a single attack, so his anger had mostly subsided. Seeing these people fleeing in all directions, he didn't make things difficult for them and allowed them to escape. Turning around, he looked at Zhong Fan and the others with contempt and smiled disdainfully. Zhong Fan shouted in a deep voice, "Yang Kai, dozens of my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples died because of you. Today, this king will kill you to avenge my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. Quickly come out and accept your death." Zhu Li also took a step forward and gritted his teeth. "Come out and accept your death, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and make you beg for death." Facing the two's clamoring and provocation, Yang Kai just smiled faintly and said, "If you have the ability, then come in and fight your way in." As soon as these words came out, the entire Star City was in an uproar. This was something that every cultivator feared. If it weren't for the fear of being implicated, why would those people attack Yang Kai's residence to capture him? But now, Yang Kai was provoking them with what they were afraid of. How could they endure this? Many people were worried, fearing that Sword Pavilion's Lei Guang would really attack Star City in anger. At that time, they would definitely suffer a calamity. Some even complained that Kai Xing didn't close the spirit array so that Zhong Fan and the others could rush in and kill Yang Kai. That surnamed Yang must be afraid. He is really despicable and shameless. It's natural to be afraid. Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lei Guang has so many people here. No matter how strong he is, how can he fight against them? What's the use of being afraid now? Why didn't he think of the consequences when he provoked Sword Firmament Pavilion and Lei Guang on the Yuan-Ci mountain? That bastard is dead for sure. Star City's Grand Array won't be able to protect him. Can't Master Chen and the others throw him out? Star City was in an uproar. Chen Tianfei and the others listened to the whispers with bitter expressions. If they could throw Yang Kai out, why would they wait until now? They would have done it long ago, but Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and Gan Hong in the main hall without the slightest hesitation. They knew that they were no match for Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight. Even if they attacked together, Yang Kai still had Yuehe by his side, so how could they stroke the tiger's whiskers? Chen Qingyun ridiculed, surnamed Yang, I was wrong about you. I thought you were a responsible man, but now it seems that you are only SOSO. Yang Kai snorted, what qualifications do you have to comment on whether this king is responsible or not? Why do I need you to comment? Finished speaking, he couldn't be bothered with these people and turned around to walk towards the secret room. Since Chen Tianfei and the others had chosen to give up on him, there was no need for Yang Kai to consider anything for Kai Xing. With the space principles in his body, he could leave if he wanted to, and stay if he wanted to, no one could stop him. Junior, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Take a look at what this is, Zhong Fan suddenly spoke. Yang Kai stopped and looked over. Zhong Fan waved his hand and said, bring it up. As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of people split apart, revealing a passage in the middle. Following that, dozens of people flew out from behind, but at this moment, these dozens of people seemed to be carrying a huge object as they flew through the air. After seeing what they were carrying, Yuhi couldn't help but cover her red lips with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai. What she saw was Yang Kai's eyes narrowing slightly. His face was gloomy as a faint killing intent lingered around him. The object that those dozens of people were carrying was none other than the Scarlet Jiao that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. The Scarlet Jiao must have experienced a difficult battle. Its entire body was covered in wounds and blood was constantly dripping down. It was unknown how many pieces of scales had fallen off its body, revealing large chunks of flesh. It looked extremely miserable, and its aura was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. The most serious injury was below its head. There was a huge wound that was filled with sword intent. It was obvious that it had been injured by sword chi and had almost been decapitated. Although the Scarlet Jiao's strength was not bad, it was only a vicious beast after all, and its intelligence was not too high. If many people really attacked it together, it might not be able to defeat them. The Scarlet Jiao was actually captured. At this moment, its entire body was covered in secret technique chains, completely restraining it, making it unable to move. This was a vicious beast that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. When he left Origin Magnet Mountain, he did not find what he wanted. Yang Kai was unwilling to give up, so he had Guozian and the others stay there and told them that if a high-quality divine origin magnet stone appeared, they should immediately send a message to him. He had also deliberately left the Scarlet Jiao and Earth Dragon with him in case of any accidents. During this time, he had not received any messages from Guozian. Yang Kai himself was in seclusion comprehending the divine technique, so he did not take the initiative to contact him. Who would have thought that when he saw the Scarlet Jiao again, it would actually be in such a situation? The Scarlet Jiao being like this meant that Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang must have gone to Origin Magnet Mountain first. They probably thought that Yang Kai was still there. What about the Earth Dragon? What about Guozian? Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like a tide, and in the next instant, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. He did not feel the Earth Dragon's aura, so he did not know if the Earth Dragon had died or escaped, but he did feel Guozian's aura. Following the Scarlet Jiao, another group of people was escorted forward, led by Guozian and a few dozen Scarlet Star disciples. However, there were about 70 Scarlet Star disciples left on Origin Magnet Mountain, and now, only half of them were left. The rest had probably been killed. Guozian and the others did not have secret technique chains on them, but it was obvious that some kind of restriction had been placed on them. Each of them had a weak aura, as if they had never cultivated before. Boy, these are your subordinates and spirit beasts, right? Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Do you not care whether they live or die? Yang Kai's gaze swept over Guozian and the others one by one, confirming that their lives were not in danger. Only the Scarlet Jiao was severely injured, so he asked coldly, "What do you want? I am no longer a member of Scarlet Star, and they are Scarlet Star disciples. Do you want to use them to threaten me? You are too naive." Zhong Fan said, "Compared to my own life, I can abandon my subordinates and spirit beasts. This old master naturally will not use their lives to threaten you. This old master just wants you to watch a good show. What show? A show of killing, Zhong Fan said, and with a wave of his hand, one of the captured disciples was directly grabbed by him. Sword chi burst out from his palm, instantly turning that disciple into a blood mist. Zhong Fan angrily roared, "Sword Pavilion is not to be humiliated. Those who humiliate Sword Pavilion will be killed without mercy." These words seemed to be a declaration, causing the entire star market to tremble. Even Chen Tianfei and the others who had hidden themselves had dignified expressions. After Zhong Fan spoke, he stretched out his hand again and caught another Scarlet Star disciple in his hand. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, his eyes suddenly shrank, because at that moment, he had lost sight of Yang Kai. With Zhong Fan's ability, he did not notice how he had disappeared. Chapter 40-34. Zhong Fan's original plan was to kill Yang Kai's subordinates one by one in front of Yang Kai and the entire Star City before killing Kai Jiao. Firstly, it was to pay for the deaths of Sword Pavilion's disciples on Yuan-Ci Mountain, and secondly, it was to put pressure on Yang Kai. Otherwise, why would he have spent so much effort to bring these people and Kai Jiao here? He would have killed them long ago on Yuan-Ci Mountain. Although Yang Kai kept saying that he was no longer a member of Scarlet Star, many of these people had gone through life and death with him. If Yang Kai really left them alone, he would definitely be criticized. If this move could force Yang Kai out, it would naturally be for the best. Even if it didn't succeed, Sword Pavilion wouldn't lose anything. It would also let the world know what the consequences of provoking Sword Pavilion were, killing two birds with one stone. Zhong Fan had thought that Yang Kai would be afraid of death and turn a blind eye, or that he would be angered by his subordinates, but who would have thought that such a sudden change would occur? When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from his field of vision, Zhong Fan's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He immediately shouted, "Be careful." As soon as he said this, he saw Yang Kai again. However, at this moment, Yang Kai appeared beside Guozian like a ghost, the space around him twisting and distorting. As soon as he appeared, he reached out and grabbed at Yang Kai. 10 meters away from Guozian, Lu Shui stood in the air, her beautiful eyes still focused on Yang Kai's movements, but in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared. By the time she sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai's large hand had reached out, seemingly able to cover the sky as it descended towards her. Lu Shui couldn't help but feel like she couldn't avoid it. In any case, she was still a 4th-stage heaven-opening cultivator. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she let out a shout and a purple sword light slashed out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, her figure rapidly retreated. The power of this attack was extraordinary. It was a sure-kill attack that she had nurtured with her mind. Normally, she would not use it unless it was a moment of life and death. More than one heaven-opening expert had died to this attack. At the same time that Lu Shui slashed out with her sword, Chen Qingyun, who was not far away, made his move as well. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. With a swirl of sword light, his body was wrapped within the sword. Man and sword became one as he slashed towards Yang Kai's waist with a ferocious expression. Zhu Li, on the other hand, retreated 100 meters in horror. He was terrified of Yang Kai. Back in the Origin Magnet Mountain, Bi Jian had died under Yang Kai's spear. Even though many days had passed, the scene was still vivid in his mind. Now that he suddenly saw Yang Kai appear not far from him, his first thought was to run away quickly before making any plans. The other leader of Thunder Light Sect was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to react to what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai grabbed the violet sword that had slashed out from between Lu Shui's brows. With a clang, the sword let out a clear and resonant hum that shot into the 9 heavens. Lu Shui's eyes instantly widened as shock filled her face. That was because Yang Kai was actually completely unscathed from her sure-kill attack. Not only that, Yang Kai was actually holding a 3-inch long, hiltless sword that glowed with violet light between his fingers. The sword seemed to possess a mind of its own as it struggled and trembled in Yang Kai's hand. However, no matter what, it was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Die! Right at this moment, Luo Qingyun slashed out furiously, directly striking Yang Kai's waist. A wisp of a smile couldn't help but appear on Luo Qingyun's face, and he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Kai being slashed into two by him and dying on the spot. The might of the full force strike of his fourth-rank Heaven Splitter was utterly impossible for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm, to resist. However, the rebounding force that came from his hand caused Chen Qingyun's smile to instantly stiffen. In his field of vision, Yang Kai's body was suddenly enveloped in a vigorous earth-yellow glow, and a prismatic earth element shield appeared to protect Yang Kai's body, blocking his front. That sword slashed onto the shield of earth. As expected of the full force strike of a fourth-rank Heaven Splitter, even the solid shield of earth was actually unable to resist it, and it shattered with a clatter. The sword slashed past Yang Kai's waist and tore open a hole in his clothes. At the instant they brushed past each other, Yang Kai glanced indifferently at Luo Qingyun. The sword light dispersed to reveal Luo Qingyun's figure, and his expression was savage to the point of being slightly terrifying. This was because Yang Kai's glance just now had been filled with contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. With a cry of alarm, Luo Qingyun abruptly turned around, and when he saw what was happening, he couldn't help but explode with rage. Release her. Amidst the army of 10,000, Yang Kai's large hand gripped Lu Shue's slender neck as he hid behind her. He looked ahead from behind Lu Shue with a playful expression. 3 inches from Lu Shue's throat, a cold light flickered. At some point, Zhong Fan had arrived with his sword. He was at the 5th-rank Heaven Splitter, and in terms of strength and foundation, he was stronger than any of the Heaven Splitters present. The moment he saw Yang Kai attack Lu Shue, he immediately sensed Yang Kai's intentions and immediately flew over to save her. However, even with Luo Qingyun's interference, he was still a little too late. By the time he arrived, Yang Kai had already grabbed Lu Shue and used her as a shield. With a shield like Lu Shue, how could Zhong Fan attack again? Their gazes met. Zhong Fan was seething with rage while his face warped. He pointed his sword forward, yet he was unable to move. Luo Qingyun had an anxious expression, Zhu Li had a horrified expression, and Long Tai, who'd recovered from his shock, had an astounded expression as well. At this instant, countless gazes shot over, yet it was perfectly silent. Everything that had happened in that instant just now had happened too quickly. Besides a few people, no one knew exactly what had happened, and by the time they reacted, the situation before them had already occurred. Countless people asked in their hearts, how could this have happened? How could Yang Kai have the courage to charge out? How could he receive Luo Qingyun's attack without being affected at all? How could Lu Shue be captured by him? Why didn't she resist at all? Numerous huge questions arose in their hearts, yet no one was able to give an answer. It wasn't just the spectators who were puzzled, even Luo Qingyun and Zhong Fan looked at Lu Shue with puzzlement. Even though she was a woman, she was at the 4th-rank Heaven Splitter, so why didn't she resist after being captured by Yang Kai? So long as Lu Shue was able to struggle free from Yang Kai's restraint with a single strike, then they would immediately be able to join forces and kill Yang Kai. Only Lu Shue was clearly aware in her heart that a strand of scorching and terrifying energy had instantly invaded her body at the instant she was captured by Yang Kai. That energy burned her meridians, flesh, and blood without restraint, causing her to feel excruciating pain. Her entire body trembled while sweat instantly drenched her clothes. It was absolutely the energy of the fire element that Yang Kai had condensed. However, Lu Shue had never seen such pure energy of the fire element, nor had she sensed such high-quality energy of the fire element. The energy within her body was utterly unable to resist the flames of that energy, and it collapsed upon coming into contact with it. She could only utilize her Dao seal to resist it with all her might, and she couldn't be distracted at all. So, how could she have any strength left to resist? Otherwise, the slightest mistake would cause her to be incinerated into nothingness. Exactly what rank is this fire element? Lu Shue had a faint guess in her heart, but she didn't dare to believe it. In the mansion below, His beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. This person was indeed very different from that person, but in some aspects, they were equally crazy and disregarded life and death. This kind of madness was fascinating and intoxicating. Her mood seemed to have traveled back thousands of years, returning to the time when she was young. Deep in her heart, there was a sour feeling. In the void, Chen Tianfei, who had hidden his figure, trembled with fear. Although he had long seen the terror of Yang Kai's strength, he couldn't help but be shaken when he saw it again. This guy was simply a monster. In the great cosmological realm, who could compete with him if he couldn't split open the heavens? Beside him, Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, revealing the horror in his heart. In the sky and on the ground, all eyes were on him. Yang Kai grinned and gently pushed Lu Shui forward. Seeing the sharp sword getting closer and closer to her throat, Lu Shui couldn't help but look at Zhong Fan with a pleading expression. Zhong Fan's face twitched and he had no choice but to withdraw his sword. Despicable. Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Kai sneered, "I learned it from you." Zhong Fan was suddenly at a loss for words. Before, he had used the lives of Guoziyan and the others to threaten Kai Yang, but in the blink of an eye, Kai Yang had used Lu Shui to threaten him. It really was 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Every dog had its day, but these 30 years had passed in a flash. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and looked at Guoziyan with a solemn expression. "This king has implicated you this time." Guoziyan was moved. "Sixth Master, please don't say that. This lowly one and the others have embarrassed you." He secretly hated himself for not being strong enough. Yang Kai had even left the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon for him to use, but at the critical moment, he couldn't even send out a message. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. He couldn't be blamed for this. The main reason was that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had too many people and acted too quickly. When they arrived at Yuan-Ci Mountain, they directly captured them and then divided their forces to encircle the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon, so how could they have the time to send out a message? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I am no longer Kai Xing's sixth master, so don't call me sixth master anymore." Guoziyan was startled for a moment, but he was also a smart person. He just glanced at Star City and thought about what he had heard and seen before and immediately understood Yang Kai's situation. He couldn't help showing a look of shame on his face. As Kai Xing's great commander, he couldn't agree with the actions of Kai Xing's masters, but he was powerless to change anything. His dry lips squirmed a few times. On the other side, Yang Kai looked at Zhong Fan and said, "Old dog, now that you have my people in your hands and I have yours, what do you want to do?" Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, "Let her go and I'll spare your life." Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted, "Guoziyan." Guoziyan's hair was disheveled, and although his cultivation was sealed, he still responded in a deep voice, "This lowly one is here. How many of your people did they kill on Yuan-Ci Mountain?" Guoziyan's eyes flashed with grief as he cupped his fists and said, replying to Master, "This lowly one originally had 72 people under him, but now only 39 remain. A total of 33 people have died." Yang Kai nodded, his aura bursting from his body, as if a god had descended. "I'll take revenge for those 33 people, open your eyes wide and watch carefully." When his words fell, Zhong Fan's face changed greatly. "You dare." Yang Kai, however, slapped out his palm and a huge palm print fell from the sky, pressing down on Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion's camp. Chapter 40-35. A huge palm print slammed down from the sky, causing the surrounding space to explode. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so crazy. Not only did he not know how to restrain himself in front of the enemy, he even took the initiative to attack. The Sword Pavilion disciples had yet to complete their sword array, and the Thunder Light Sect disciples were shaken. In a hurry, they hurriedly sent out a series of secret techniques and artifacts. The huge palm print was riddled with holes by countless attacks, but it still continued to press down. Miserable cries rang out as clouds of blood mist exploded in the air, like the most enchanting red roses. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, flowers of blood bloomed in the air, enchanting and bloody. By the time this attack was exhausted, exactly 33 flowers of blood had bloomed in the air. Gasps could be heard coming from all over Star City. Everyone stared at the figure standing in the void in disbelief. Zhong Fan and the others' eyes were spitting fire, almost burning the void. 33 of Guoxian's subordinates had died in battle, and now Yang Kai had killed 33 Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect disciples in public, not one more and not one less, just to avenge those who had died. And this arrogant action was undoubtedly a slap to the faces of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, causing Zhong Fan and the others to feel pain. If they could not kill Yang Kai here today, how could Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect establish themselves in the great cosmological realm in the future? The long sword in Zhong Fan's hand trembled slightly as sword chi flickered. He was furious and wished he could rush up and cut Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, but Lu Shui was restrained by Yang Kai, so he dared not act rashly. Yang Kai, however, suddenly turned his head and glared at Zhong Fan, shouting, "This king forgot, it wasn't 33, you just killed another person." As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion disciples changed drastically and they all retreated, pulling away from Yang Kai. Although there were many of them, no one was willing to die an unjust death. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, except for Zhong Fan and a few other heaven-opening realm masters, there was no one around. The power of one person was terrifying. "What do you want?" Zhong Fan looked over coldly. "You invited me to watch a show, so this king will also invite you to watch a show." As he said this, he twisted the 3-inch purple sword that belonged to Lu Shui and stabbed it into Lu Shui's chest. Then, he slammed his palm down and sent the purple sword back into Lu Shui's body. Lu Shui let out a muffled groan. She had been using all her strength to resist the burning of the Golden Crow True Fire, and now that she had been injured by Yang Kai, she was immediately covered in sweat. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and her entire body was flushed red. Steam rose from the top of her head, and a painful groan came from her throat. "You're courting death." Luo Qingyun's gaze instantly turned crimson red as he gritted his teeth and shouted explosively. Zhong Fan's face instantly darkened. Although he was furious that Yang Kai had killed 33 people with a single palm strike just now, they were just his subordinates. He could just kill them again after they died, but Lu Shui was different. She was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, but now she was being humiliated by Yang Kai like this, so he had no choice but to re-evaluate Yang Kai's madness. Guoxian and the 30 or so captured Scarlet Star disciples were originally dispirited, but after seeing Yang Kai's unexpected actions with their own eyes, all of them became spirited. This 6th manager was truly cruel and ruthless. He could even lay his hands on such a delicate beauty like Lu Shui. If they were in his shoes, they might not have the heart to do so. However, they had to admit that when they saw this scene, it really made them feel very happy. Their blood boiled, and it made them feel warm from the inside out. An uncontrollable impulse surged in their hearts to follow this 6th head through fire and water. Even if they died here, they would have no regret. "If you dare say another word, I'll twist her head off." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Yang Kai and said in a cold voice. Luo Yang Kai's sword intent surged as he watched Lu Shui suffer with his own eyes, so how could he not want to save her? In fact, he had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and monitored the surroundings, so he couldn't do anything. At this moment, when he met Yang Kai's icy cold eyes, he was shocked and realized that he wasn't joking, but would really do it. His anger was suppressed in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, but he didn't dare to say another word, for fear that Yang Kai would really twist Lu Shui's head off. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously and shouted in a deep voice, "Guoxian." Guoxian's expression became solemn as he replied, "This humble one is here. Are you afraid of death?" Yang Kai turned around to look at him. Guoxian's mouth moved, and he really wanted to say that he wasn't afraid to strengthen Yang Kai's reputation. But who wasn't afraid of death? Words that went against his heart would seem hypocritical, so he immediately smiled frankly. "I am." After that, he said, "But this humble one believes that if we die, then Master will definitely take revenge for us." He didn't doubt this in the slightest because Yang Kai had already used the lives of 33 of them to prove it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You're very good." Guoxian said in a low voice, "Master, there's no need to worry about us. Just do as you please. Even if we brothers die here, we'll absolutely not be a burden to you." "Brothers, don't all of you agree?" "Yes, Master." Over 30 of them shouted explosively in unison, and their voices shook the world while they revealed expressions of being ready to face death. Countless people were moved, and many of them showed looks of respect. Whether these words were sincere or forced by the situation, Yang Kai being able to gain the support of Guoziyan and the others at this time was enough to show his personal charisma. Chen Tianfei and the others had complicated expressions. They had commanded Crimson Star for many years, and although they had some useful subordinates, they had never seen such loyalty from these people. Guoziyan had only been assigned to Yang Kai for a short period of time, 1 or 2 months at most, yet he was already convinced. They couldn't believe it. Could Crimson Star's disciples be like this? Yang Kai's expression was solemn as his eyes swept over the faces of the more than 30 people, as if he wanted to remember their faces. He saw Guoziyan's calmness, saw the fear and reluctance to live in the depths of these people's eyes, and saw the many expectations they had for him. Nodding slightly, Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, if you die, I will bury these 3,000 people with you." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Although Yang Kai had shown extraordinary combat strength before, and even Lu Shui, who was a 4th-grade heaven splitter, could not resist him, everyone knew that in the great cosmological realm, ordinary heaven splitters were no match for Yang Kai, but these words were too arrogant. Those were 3,000 people, not 3,000 radishes. Even if they stood there and let others kill them, it would take a long time, not to mention that there were several heaven splitters present, and the disciples of Sword Pavilion could form the Starfall Sword Array. Even if Crimson Star went all out, it was impossible for them to be opponents, let alone a mere Yang Kai. Someone secretly shook his head. Isn't this surnamed Yang a bit too arrogant? Does he really think he is invincible? Someone even sneered, who doesn't know how to talk big? If you want me to go up, I can say a few words. Sigh, this kid, I thought he was a character, but who knew that his brain is a bit stupid? How can he say such words so casually? Even he, who had been paying close attention in the mansion, frowned slightly. It was not that she did not believe in Yang Kai's strength. She had also seen Yang Kai join forces with Crimson Flood Dragon to defeat hundreds of people from Thunder Light Sect, but the 3,000 people in front of her were different. Thunder Light Sect had used all their strength, and Sword Pavilion also had 300 disciples here. Once the sword array was used, they were invincible. If Yang Kai relied on the Space Divine technique to deal with them, he might be able to defeat them, but it was a bit unrealistic to say that he could kill 3,000 people. "Junior, you are young, but you talk big." Zhong Fan snorted coldly. "You will know if I talk big or not when you try." Yang Kai squinted. "Old dog, now you have 2 choices. First, let my people go, and I will exchange this woman with you. Second, you kill my people, and I will send this woman to the Yellow Springs to be buried with them. Which one do you choose?" Zhong Fan's face was so gloomy that it could almost condense water. Yang Kai's intention was obviously to exchange their hostages, but when it came out of his mouth, it sounded like a threat, making one feel uncomfortable. What made Zhong Fan feel even more helpless was that he could not ignore Lu Shui's life or death. For any force, a 4th-grade heaven splitter was a cornerstone that could not be lost. How do you expect this old master to believe you? Zhong Fan pondered for a moment before rolling his eyes. What if this old master releases her and you go back on your word? Do you have a choice? Yang Kai sneered. Zhong Fan said, "This old master will release half of her first. If you let her go, this old master will definitely release the other half." Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear and raised Lu Shui high in the air, his face filled with murderous intent. As if there was no one else present, he indifferently said, "I will count to 3. If I don't see the result I want, you can just wait to collect this woman's corpse. 1. Junior, don't go too far." Zhong Fan was furious. Yang Kai's attitude was so unyielding that it was extremely infuriating. He'd already taken a step back and could release half of the hostages, yet Yang Kai actually refused to accept it. How could he endure this under the gazes of everyone present? 2. Yang Kai remained unmoved and had a cold and indifferent expression. Luo Qingyun looked nervously at Zhong Fan, and he'd already clenched his sword tightly. He was only waiting for Yang Kai to shout out 3 before he launched an attack. Zhong Fan's imposing aura rose swiftly to its peak as well, and he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. He was able to sense that even though Yang Kai had mentally prepared Guoziyan and the others in advance and told them that he would take revenge, he actually didn't want to see Guoziyan and the others die here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to exchange hostages. At this critical moment, whoever's imposing aura was slightly weaker would suffer a crushing defeat. So, Zhong Fan had a firm expression and remained unmoved. Yang Kai opened his mouth slightly while a wisp of a savage smile appeared on his face, and he'd already formed the shape of 3 words while surging fluctuations of energy emanated from his hand. Zhong Fan immediately shouted explosively, "Release her!" His imposing aura that shot into the sky instantly fell to rock bottom at this moment. He didn't dare take the risk in the end. Yang Kai could disregard the fate of Guoziyan and the others, and if worse came to worst, he could just go back and take revenge, but the sword pavilion couldn't afford to lose Lu Shui. Qian Qingyun suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and his palm that held his sword was covered in sweat. On the other hand, after Zhong Fan gave the order, Guoziyan and the others that were captured had escaped their restraints successively, and they flew towards Yang Kai. When they arrived before him, Guoziyan had an expression of gratitude and embarrassment, and he tilted his head and cupped his fists. "Master." Chapter 4036. Yang Kai nodded and said in a light voice, "Where's the Earth Dragon?" Up until now, he still didn't know if the Earth Dragon was dead or alive. Guoziyan said, "The Earth Dragon is fine. It has drilled into the origin magnet mountain. This fellow was extremely slippery, and it immediately fled when it noticed the situation wasn't good. It was skilled in earth movement, so even if the Sword Pavilion and Thunderbolt sect were numerous, they couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, it was impossible for them to constantly search for its tracks in the origin magnet mountain, so they simply let it go. After all, their main target was still Yang Kai. That's good." Yang Kai was extremely gratified in his heart as he'd finally heard some good news. The Crimson WM was quickly released as well. Comparatively speaking, the Crimson WM's injuries were the heaviest. Countless scales on its body had fallen off, its body was dripping with blood, and there was an enormous wound on its neck, causing it to look extremely terrifying. It flew over to Yang Kai before lowering its head to convey its furious and helpless emotions. Its eyes were even looking at Lu Shui, who was in Yang Kai's hand, and it bared its teeth as if it wished for nothing more than to swallow her into its stomach. The enormous wound on its neck was caused by Lu Shui. This caused Lu Shui to be extremely nervous. Zhong Fan and Luo Qingyun couldn't help but feel their hearts rise to their throats as they were deeply afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't make the Crimson WM do that, and he just patted its head. "Go back," he instructed Guoziyan and the others. "All of you go back first." Guoziyan was stunned. "Master, what about you?" "Don't worry, this group of trash can't do anything to me." Guoziyan was deeply worried and wanted to persuade Yang Kai, yet when he saw Yang Kai's firm expression, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to persuade Yang Kai, and he felt extreme admiration in his heart. This master was truly extraordinary to be able to remain so calm and composed when facing so many enemies. "Then master, you must be careful," Guoziyan said before leading over 30 people and the Crimson WM towards Star City. The defensive grand formation of Star City was still closed. Yang Kai turned his head to look towards the place where Chen Tianfei and the others were hiding, and he stared there without blinking. He didn't say a single word, yet he emitted a silent pressure. After several breaths of time, Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched and he secretly issued an order. A crack appeared in the formation, Guoziyan, and the others, and the Crimson WM, they rushed into Star City. Although Chen Tianfei and the others didn't want to offend Sword Pavilion and Thunder Ray sect, in the eyes of outsiders, Guoziyan's group was still part of the Crimson Star sect, and it wasn't right for them to lock their own people outside, so they could only let them in. And after Guoziyan and the others entered Star Market, Yang Kai undoubtedly won the hostage exchange. Now, in this situation, Yang Kai held the overall initiative. With Lu Shui in his hands, whether he wanted to fight or stay was up to him. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light sect had more people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Many people revealed looks of admiration. If they were in Lu Xue's shoes, they wouldn't be able to do this. But thinking about it carefully, Sword Pavilion was also helpless. As long as they couldn't bear to give up on Lu Xue, they would definitely choose to compromise. A gust of wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. Divine senses spread out, locking onto Yang Kai. Wisps of murderous intent lingered. The 300 Sword Pavilion disciples quietly changed their formation and sealed off all directions. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai stood was completely surrounded. There was no way out. "This boy is in trouble," Chen Tianfei softly said. In this situation, unless Yang Kai could keep Lu Xue in check, there was no way he could escape this inescapable net. He asked for it. Ouyang Lai coldly snorted. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some ability? If you were him, what would you do? Madame Qin asked. Chen Tianfei shook his head. Lu Xue is his only hope. If he wants to live, he must not let Lu Xue go. At this moment, Zhong Fan shouted, "Let her go." Yang Kai grinned. "Don't worry, this king always keeps his word." Cat. Saying so, under everyone's shocked gazes, he directly pushed Lu Xue out. Chen Tianfei's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, almost popping out of their sockets. He cried out involuntarily, "This brat is crazy. He just said that if he wanted to live, he must not let Lu Xue go, but Yang Kai actually did it." With Lu Xue in his hands, Yang Kai still had the upper hand. If he let Lu Xue go, how could he survive? Was he tired of living and courting death? Not only did Chen Tianfei not expect this, but even Lu Xue herself did not expect this. When Lu Xue was pushed out, she was stunned, as if she did not expect to break free from Yang Kai's control so easily. Zhong Fan's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Good brat, I respect you as a hero and will definitely give you a quick death." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Xue to his side, and the huge broadsword in his hand shook as he was about to charge forward. However, this did not stop Lu Xue from spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist that she spat out was scalding hot, as if it was boiling. Not only that, Lu Xue's exposed skin was scarlet red, and steam was rising from her head. Tchem! Zhong Fan's pupils shrank, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Lu Xue had also acted strangely before, but at that time, she had been suppressed by Yang Kai, so Zhong Fan had thought that Yang Kai was secretly manipulating her, but now that she had been released, how could she still be like this? Even if Yang Kai had planted some kind of method in her body, with her 4th stage heaven opening foundation, she should have been able to easily resolve it. She should not have been in such a miserable state. "Uncle Zhong, save me," Lu Xue shouted hoarsely, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Zhong Fan did not have time to look for trouble with Yang Kai and reached out to grab Lu Xue's wrist, sending his pure strength into her body, but he quickly retracted his hand as if he had been stung by a scorpion, calling out in shock, "How could this be?" In that moment of investigation, he discovered that Lu Xue's body was filled with a kind of manic and overbearing burning power that was recklessly burning her meridians and flesh. This burning power was extremely pure, giving him a sense of disbelief. Even with Lu Xue's 4th stage heaven opening strength, she was unable to completely suppress it. According to this situation, even if Lu Xue went all out, she would be burned to death in less than half an hour. Turning his head, Zhong Fan saw Yang Kai looking at him with a playful expression and suddenly realized why Yang Kai had released Lu Xue so easily. It turned out that it was not out of kindness, but because he had other plans. If he wanted Lu Xue to live, he had to help suppress this burning power, otherwise Lu Xue would undoubtedly die, and besides him, no one else would be able to do anything. As a result, his 5th stage heaven opening strength would be completely suppressed and there was no way for him to act. Gritting his teeth secretly, he had thought that this little brat was upright and heroic, but who would have thought that he was also despicable and shameless? He hated himself for having misjudged him and wished he could gouge his eyes out. Kill him. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Fan let out a deep shout, and at the same time, rolled up his sleeves, wrapped Lu Xue, and quickly flew down somewhere, landing directly on a slope. When he put Lu Xue down, he shouted in a low voice, "Concentrate, suppress with all your strength, I will help you." Saying so, he circled around to Lu Shue's back and patted her on the back. Pure energy madly poured into Lu Shue's body, helping her suppress the burning power. Lu Shui did not dare to be negligent and sat down cross-legged, forming a series of hand seals as she silently circulated her secret art. Seeing this situation, how could the countless cultivators inside and outside Star City not know that Yang Kai had secretly killed Lu Shui? Otherwise, how could Zhong Fan have taken Lu Shui to a relatively safe place to heal? That surnamed Yang is really good at scheming. As a result, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect have lost 2 mid-stage heaven-opening cultivators. Even so what? They still have 3 mid-stage heaven-opening cultivators, not to mention the low-stage heaven-opening cultivators. There are at least 20 to 30 of them. Cleverness backfires on itself. Restraining Zhong Fan alone won't affect the overall situation. Does he really think he can fight more than 3,000 people alone? Ari, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. The crowd discussed spiritedly, and no one was optimistic about Yang Kai. They all felt that he had made an extremely wrong decision. If he really wanted to live, he should not have let Lu Shui go so easily. At this moment, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect no longer had any worries, so how could they show mercy to him? Just as the atmosphere was tense, a vigorous voice suddenly rang out from Star City. Boy, as long as you submit to this young master and become this young master's servant, this young master will guarantee your safety. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in luxurious clothes standing in the void, looking at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Behind him stood 7 or 8 servants. Judging from the aura of this young man, he was only from the Emperor realm, but his clothes were either rich or noble. It seemed that he had an extraordinary background. But this was the great cosmological realm, so what if he had some background? For a time, many people discussed spiritedly, guessing which force this young man belonged to. His tone was so arrogant. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's 3,000 people were ready to attack, but he also spoke so arrogantly that he would guarantee Yang Kai's safety. Although the discussion was not loud, it clearly reached the young man's ears, which made him very unhappy. He could not help but snort coldly with an arrogant expression. A guard behind him walked out, looked around, and said in a cold voice, "My young master is the descendant of Qingming Blessed Land's 3rd elder. Who dares to humiliate him?" As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked speechless. Qingming Blessed Land was one of the 72 paradise. Even in the 3,000 worlds, it was a top force. To be able to serve as an elder in this blessed land and be ranked 3rd, it meant that he was at least a high-rank heaven splitter. Coming from Qingming Blessed Land and having a high-rank heaven splitter ancestor, his background was not small. If he insisted on protecting Yang Kai, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect might have to consider the consequences of angering him. In the great cosmological realm, he could not do anything to Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, but what about outside? He could probably destroy Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect with just a word. His request was indeed a little excessive. He wanted Yang Kai to submit to him and be his servant, but in the face of life and death, it was good enough to have a choice. Who would care so much? What's more, this young man had a great background, so being a servant to such a person might not be a bad thing. Even Luo Qingyun and the others who were about to attack froze in place, not knowing whether to attack or not. They stared nervously at Yang Kai, afraid that he would agree. Observing the situation, the young man's expression became even more arrogant. He nodded at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, if you miss this opportunity, you won't have this opportunity again. Think carefully before you answer this young master." Chapter 4037. You want me to submit to you and become your servant? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at the young man. When he was in seclusion, he had noticed someone from Qingming Blessed Land outside the door, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now it seemed that it was this guy. The young man smiled. "That will be the greatest honor of your life. Is that so?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. Luo Qingyun said anxiously, "Surnamed Yang, a man should be proud and indomitable. It is better to die standing than to live kneeling." Think carefully, don't make a mistake that will lead to everlasting regret. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would agree. If that were the case, then what was the point of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect joining forces to come here today? How could he take revenge for Lu Shuai? This young master is speaking, how can you interrupt? The young man from Qingming Blessed Land suddenly looked at Chen Qingyun with displeasure. What's your name? If you have the ability, tell me your name. Luo Qingyun's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Under the gazes of so many people, if he didn't reply, he would seem weak, but if he did, he was afraid that the other party would settle the score with him afterwards. Although he was a 4th-level heaven splitter, he was still nothing in front of a colossus like a blessed land. Even if this young man couldn't represent Qingming Blessed Land, just the force standing behind him wasn't something Luo Qingyun could contend against. At the same time, he was furious. A mere Emperor Realm Master would never dare to act so presumptuously in front of him if he didn't have a backer behind him. Fortunately, the young man didn't make things too difficult for him. This was a great opportunity to subdue Yang Kai. His thoughts were all on Yang Kai, so how could he have the leisure to care about anything else? As long as he could subdue Yang Kai, all of Yang Kai's gains on Origin Magnet Mountain would be his. There were many 6th-grade Origin Magnet Divine Stones, which was a considerable amount of resources even in the Blessed Land. When he returned to Qingming Blessed Land, wouldn't the old ancestor look at him in a new light? What's more, Yang Kai had a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter maidservant by his side, so he might be able to take this opportunity to get close to her. Ever since he saw Yu He that day, he had never forgotten her. Seeing that Chen Qingyun did not answer, he snorted lightly, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "This young master's patience is limited. Have you thought it through?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to ask me to be your servant." As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook with a bang, and a surge of flames erupted from his body. His entire body was like a ball of raging flames that burned to the point of distorting space and trembling the universe. Amidst the raging flames, Yang Kai opened his eyes. They were like 2 small suns, burning people's minds. A cold murderous aura filled the air as he shouted in a dignified voice, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, you all deserve to die. Today, I will use your lives to practice my divine technique." With a bang, fire element energy flowed within the Dao Seal. With Yang Kai as the center, a violent ring of flames madly spread out in all directions like a ripple, one ring after another in an endless stream. Miserable cries instantly rang out. The cultivator closest to Yang Kai did not even have time to react. The moment they were swept by the ring of flames, they turned into balls of fire and flew around like headless flies, crashing into their own formation. However, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the miserable cries came to an abrupt end. The burning balls of fire turned into charcoal, falling from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, several dozen people had fallen. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Surrounded by 3,000 people and under the covetous gazes of several dozen heaven splitters, Yang Kai, who was alone, had actually taken the initiative to launch an attack. With just a single strike, several dozen cultivator had fallen from the sky. What kind of fire is this? Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the pitch-black flames burning on Yang Kai's body. The shock in the depths of his heart was simply indescribable. Just the ring of flames was so fierce, undoubtedly indicating that the grade of this fire element energy was very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those cultivator to not be able to resist. A 5th-grade fire element cultivator absolutely could not achieve this level. Could it be a 6th-grade one? Chen Tianfei's heart trembled. Only now did he realize that he had always underestimated Yang Kai. Being able to condense a 6th-grade fire element energy undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his ambitions were far-reaching. Such a character could not be cultivated without a blessed paradise. Once he grew up, he would have a place in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's origins were unclear. Could it be that he also came from a blessed paradise? If not, how could he dare to speak to the youth from Qingming Blessed Paradise like that? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei's forehead could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he secretly prayed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Kai Xing would not have a good life. The ring of flames was still spreading out in all directions. Rays of light lit up as the disciples of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect urged their secret techniques and artifacts to protect themselves. The disciples of Sword Pavilion had formed groups of several dozen to form a sword array, creating a sword curtain that blocked the erosion of the ring of flames. The power of the Starfall sword array was extraordinary. Although it could not combine the power of several dozen people into one, once it was formed, it would be able to display strength far beyond that of the person forming the array. Therefore, although the ring of flames was powerful, it was still blocked by the sword curtain. On the contrary, although the number of Thunder Light Sect disciples was greater, they were a little scattered. Seeing dozens of their companions die tragically in front of them, they were all frightened and hurriedly retreated. After Yang Kai's attack, he disappeared from where he stood in an instant, his expression as calm as an ancient well, showing neither joy nor sorrow as he directly flashed into the densest part of the crowd and threw out a punch. Golden Crow True Fire burned fiercely above his fist, its pitch-black flames scorching the void. Where the fist light reached, the dozen or so Thunder Light Sect disciples exploded into dust before being swept away by the raging flames and instantly disappearing without a trace. Long Tai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kill him!" As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed towards Yang Kai. On the other side, Luo Qingyun and Zhu Li, the two fourth-grade Heaven Opening Masters, also used their own methods to lock onto Yang Kai. The former merged into one with his sword and turned into a sword light that slashed towards Yang Kai while the latter patted his waist and summoned a nail-like artifact. Under Zhu Li's control, this nail-like artifact flew directly towards Yang Kai, silent and unpredictable. Below, Yuehe called out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." Although she knew that Yang Kai was strong enough, this situation was still quite worrying. After all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. A single careless move could result in death. Moreover, she had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's demeanor and was shocked to find that there was something wrong with Yang Kai at this moment, as if he was immersed in something. Sure enough, facing the attacks of the three mid-rank Heaven Opening Masters and countless others, Yang Kai did not evade. Instead, he simply summoned a dragon shield around his body and punched and kicked. The ordinary disciples of Thunder Light Sect were unable to resist at all, and even the low-rank Heaven Opening Masters were forced to avoid these attacks. Hong hong hong, a series of attacks struck Yang Kai's body, but no matter how strong his defensive secret technique was, it could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. The dragon shield shattered, and before it could be used again, the remaining attacks had already closed in on him. Yang Kai's figure staggered as his clothes instantly became ragged. He instinctively pushed his space principles to try and escape, but Zhu Li's nail-like artifact had locked onto his mind and nailed him to the spot, unable to move. As the sword light slashed down, Luo Qingyun roared, "Die!" The moment it passed, a stream of golden blood spurted from Yang Kai's chest, but Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed. This was because this sword attack had actually failed to kill Yang Kai. It was truly inconceivable. One had to know that he had used a secret technique to control his sword, so even a cultivator of the same level would undoubtedly die if struck like this, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. Just how tough was this guy's body? Was he still human? What Luo Qingyun did not know was that although Yang Kai was in human form, he had a body of 1,000 feet under his dragon transformation. During this period of time, he had been constantly swallowing dragon blood pills, so his body had risen to another level. Although it was not obvious normally, how could a half-dragon be so easily killed? It was already impressive that he could injure Yang Kai's body. Golden blood flowed, but Yang Kai did not seem to feel it. Since the beginning of the battle, the light in his eyes had gone silent, like a pool of still water. His entire being had turned into a soulless fighting machine, fighting without end. Long Tai flew over, clenching his fists and raising them high above his head, smashing down on Yang Kai's head like a tsunami. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at him with indifferent eyes. Long Tai's heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to withdraw at this moment, so he could only roar and attack with all his strength. Yang Kai punched out at the same time, and in front of everyone's eyes, Long Tai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His figure flew backwards at a speed faster than when he had come, spitting out a mist of blood mid-air. Star Market was in an uproar. Long Tai was a fourth-order heaven-opening master while Yang Kai was just a trivial Emperor Realm master. How could the power of this punch actually injure Long Tai? Even in the great cosmological realm, this was too incredible. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Long Tai had seen Yang Kai slaughter Du Fuzi and Gan Hong in Red Star's assembly hall, he would not have acted so rashly. In front of this monster, a fourth-order heaven-opening master was nothing. Chen Tianfei still remembered the terrifying scene of Yang Kai crushing Du Fuzi to death. Every time he recalled it, his legs trembled. The moment he repelled Long Tai, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed towards a certain spot in the void. Zhu Li, who was several dozen meters away, paled and hurriedly formed a series of hand seals, but it was still a little too late. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a nail-like artifact had appeared in his palm. Surprisingly, it was the one Zhu Li had just summoned. Black flames tumbled in his palm, burning the long nail wantonly. "Stop!" Zhu Li shouted in horror. This soul-stabilizing nail was something he had obtained by chance during one of his experimental learning. Its power was extraordinary, and once it was summoned, it was impossible to get rid of it. As long as he was given enough time, he could use his secret technique to launch a fatal blow, directly attacking his opponent's mind. Who would have thought that before he could prepare properly, Yang Kai would grab it? How could this be? Looking at the tumbling flames again, Yang Kai obviously wanted to use his fire attribute force to destroy this artifact, so as not to interfere with his space divine technique. The soul-stabilizing nail was refined by Zhu Li's mind, so if it was really destroyed, his mind would definitely be damaged, which was why he was so panicked. Chapter 4038. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Li spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly withered. He stared at Yang Kai in horror. What kind of fire is this? What kind of fire is this? The grade of the soul-setting nail was not low, but in just a single breath of time, it had been destroyed by the raging flames. Zhu Li could not imagine just how high the grade of this fire attribute force was to achieve this. In this brief exchange, 2 of the 3 remaining heaven splitters from Sword Pavilion's Thunder Light sect had been injured. Comparatively speaking, Long Tai's injuries were relatively light, only suffering a single punch from Yang Kai. On the other hand, Zhu Li's mind was shaken and he was momentarily unable to control himself. Without the binding of the soul-setting nail, Yang Kai was like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages as his true body charged into the crowd. The pitch-black golden crow true fire swallowed up the void, recklessly burning everything. Those from the Emperor realm died as soon as they came into contact with it. No one was able to resist, and even some of the lower-grade heaven splitters mixed in with the crowd had to avoid it in fear. Clouds of bloody mist exploded in the air as charred corpses fell from the sky. In the Star Market, countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene in a daze, almost forgetting to breathe. Everyone's mind was greatly impacted by this scene. Before today, no one had ever thought that a single person could kill thousands of people and make them cry for their parents. Even if Yang Kai was defeated in the end, just this series of actions from the beginning was enough to make everyone remember him. In the Great Void Boundary, outside the Star Market of Scarlet Star, there was a reckless young man with flying black hair. He did what ordinary people could not, and his courage was extraordinary. It was an eye-opener. The space principles lingered around his body, and wherever there was a crowd, he would charge in and kill. With his killing intent soaring, Yang Kai became crazed, his figure drifting erratically, leaving behind afterimages one after another. Looking around, it was as if there were several Yang Kai in the sky. "Junior, don't be presumptuous." Qian Qingyun gritted his teeth and shouted with a grim voice, and his sword shook to transform into 9 sword lights that slashed down towards Yang Kai from the sky. He had been looking for Yang Kai's flaws and chasing after Yang Kai's footsteps, but Yang Kai's movements were too fast. His spatial teleportation was too unpredictable. He had tried several times but failed to find an opportunity. Now, he finally grasped the fleeting opportunity and used the divine technique without hesitation. 9 streaks of sword light appeared, cutting through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Kai and slashed onto Yang Kai's body. Muffled sounds rang out. It didn't sound like Yang Kai's physical body, but rather like he was striking some kind of artifact. Yang Kai's figure shook violently as his clothes were torn apart. From the cracks in his clothes, his white jade-like skin was cut open and golden blood flowed out. His vitality was surging. Luo Qingyun's heart shook violently, and he watched in a daze. He'd noticed that Yang Kai's body was extraordinary when he failed to kill Yang Kai with that strike of his just now. Yet now, even his divine technique was actually unable to kill Yang Kai. He was a sword cultivator that specialized in the Tao of slaughter. If even he was unable to kill Yang Kai, then could anyone amongst all the people present here be able to kill Yang Kai? An ordinary cultivator would probably be unable to even injure Yang Kai. Sure enough, after those 9 streaks of sword light, countless attacks covered the heavens and the earth as they blasted down towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai merely utilized the Dragon Shield secret technique to isolate those attacks. When the multicolored light dispersed, the dragon shield that coiled around Yang Kai's body had shattered into pieces, yet he hadn't suffered any injury. Luo Qingyun's heart was filled with despair, and he turned to look at Zhong Fan. Presently, only Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of the Heaven Splitter realm, would have a chance to kill Yang Kai. However, Zhong Fan was healing Lu Shui, and he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to Lu Shui to actually force Zhong Fan to be unable to make a move. Was this also part of his plan? Luo Qingyun felt slight disbelief. No wonder Yang Kai let Lu Shui go so easily. Earlier, I thought that fellow was utterly stupid, but now it would seem like he's extremely astute. Since he couldn't rely on Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he shouted explosively, "Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, form the Heaven Star array with me." "Yes, Master." The voices of a few hundred disciples of the Sword Pavilion shook the sky. All of them were in high spirits as if they'd been waiting for this moment since the beginning. There weren't many disciples of the Sword Pavilion, and there were only 300 in total. Amongst the 3,000 disciples, only 10% were disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Since the battle began until now, the number of cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands was less than this. But comparatively speaking, the Sword Pavilion's losses were very small. Because they'd formed the Starfall sword formation in groups since the beginning, and they resisted the attacks of Yang Kai's Ring of Flames and Iron Blood. They assisted each other in both offense and defense, and it was undoubtedly much better than the scattered Thunderlight sect. It could be said that 90% of the cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands were disciples of the Thunderlight sect. They formed groups of 40 to 50 people, and they'd already formed the Starfall sword formation, causing sword chi to sweep through the heavens and the earth. Now that they received Luo Qingyun's orders, the sword formations moved swiftly and converged towards Luo Qingyun. In less than 3 breaths of time, the auras of the Starfall sword formation were tightly connected with each other. With Luo Qingyun as the center, the sword intent that surged into the sky gathered together and supported Luo Qingyun. It shot straight into the sky and pierced a hole in it. The heavenly Dipper star formation had been formed. Luo Qingyun's aura rose steadily. Even with the strange suppression of the great cosmological realm's world principles, it showed signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm and climbing to the heaven-opening realm. He looked intently at Yang Kai, who was still slaughtering, with indifference in his eyes. The heavenly Dipper star formation was the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. With this sword formation, Luo Qingyun was confident that he could kill Yang Kai here even without Zhongfan's help. That kid is in trouble. Chen Tianfei sighed and slowly shook his head. In the end, he's still too young and shows off too much. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. Madame Qin's expression was also solemn. I heard that the head of the Sword Pavilion came from a very large force, but for some reason, he wandered outside and founded the Sword Pavilion. The Starfall sword formation and the Heavenly Dipper star formation are both formations of that force. Ouyang Lai nodded and said, "I've also heard of this before. I've only seen the Heavenly Dipper star array once. Its power, is indeed extraordinary. With this array, my Crimson Star and Lei Guang will never be a match for the Sword Pavilion. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was constantly slaughtering his way through the crowd, instinctively felt a trace of danger. His skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. Without any hesitation, the earth elemental energy in his Dao seal circulated, and the dragon shields that had just been shattered condensed once more. One after another, they lingered around him and fluttered endlessly. "Junior, it's your honor to die under my Sword Pavilion's formation," Luo Qingyun spoke indifferently. He touched his sword with his fingers and moved along with his sword, slashing at Yang Kai as fast as lightning. The hundreds of Sword Pavilion's disciples in the Grand Array also began to move under the influence of his qi. From afar, there was no one in the heavenly Dipper Star formation, only sword intent lingering in the sky. An enormous sword ray tore through the sky like a waterfall and slashed at Yang Kai. The sound of something shattering rang out. Under everyone's gazes, the layers of dragon shields on Yang Kai's body crackled and cracked. Even though he madly circulated his Dao seal to repair them, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the shattering. In a short span of 7 or 8 breaths, the dragon shields had completely vanished. "Die!" Chen Qingyun's delighted shout rang out from within the sword ray. With a boom, pitch-black flames swept out. The blazing golden crow primordial flames that had been lingering around Yang Kai swept towards the sword ray as if they had a mind of their own. Wherever the black flames passed, the sword ray instantly dimmed, as if it had been incinerated into nothingness. In the eyes of the cultivator in the star market, it was as if the black flames had devoured the sword ray, causing the enormous sword ray to shrink inch by inch. Yang Kai's figure was constantly retreating. Even though the golden crow primordial flames possessed extraordinary might, the heavenly Dipper Star formation was formed by the joint efforts of hundreds of people after all. Moreover, it was presided over by Chen Qingyun, a 4th-stage heaven splitter. Its might was truly enormous. Still putting up pointless resistance, Luo Qingyun shouted explosively, "You'll definitely die for insulting my Sword Pavilion today." A portion of the sword ray that had already been worn down rose explosively once more with Chen Qingyun's furious shout. It pierced through space and faintly showed signs of tearing apart the pitch-black flames as it headed straight for Yang Kai's body. Once the golden crow primordial flames were destroyed, then even if Yang Kai possessed the dragon form physique, he would probably suffer a terrible fate. In this battle of life and death, even the members of the Thunderlight sect were unable to interfere. They could only watch from afar, and it was even to the extent that they didn't dare approach 300m as they were deeply afraid of being affected by the sword ray or the black flames. In space, the golden crow primordial flames that had been pushed to the limit were resisting the startling sword ray. In the star market, Chen Tianfei suddenly frowned. "Something's wrong. What's wrong?" Bei Yushan turned around with a puzzled expression. "It's already in such a situation. Why hasn't this kid used his full strength?" Chen Tianfei had a puzzled expression. "He hasn't used his full strength." Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Tianfei quickly said, "Have you all forgotten that this little brat has a long spear in his hand? Although I don't know what that long spear is, it is definitely a powerful artifact, so why hasn't he used it yet?" As soon as these words came out, Kai Xing and the other masters fell into deep thought. How could they not know about the existence of the blue dragon spear? That day, Gan Hong had died under that amazing spear attack. The power of that spear attack was something that even a 4th-order heaven opening spear could not resist. If it had been summoned at this moment, even if it could not resolve the current crisis, it would not have been so useless. In a life-or-death situation, who would hold back? Bei Yushan scratched his head and said, "Master Chen, from what you've said, it seems that his condition has been a bit off. In this life-or-death battle, all of Yang Kai's reactions seemed to be instinctive, as if his mind was not on the battlefield, but this was a bit inconceivable. Facing so many enemies on his own and not paying attention to the battlefield, did he not care about his own life or death?" Madame Qin's eyes suddenly shrank as she seemed to recall something. Covering her red lips, she asked, "Do you still remember what he said before the battle began?" Oyu Yangbing lowered her head and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind. Today I will use your dog lives to cultivate my divine technique. Chen Tianfei's face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily, "Is this little brat trying to stimulate his potential in this life or death situation to cultivate some kind of divine technique?" You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.